Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today on Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, August the 15th, 2026. We really appreciate you joining us today for another episode of Have Your Say 247. This is a show where you have opportunity to weigh in on issues in the news. I was off last week. I want to thank Omoye's Corner for being here to cover for me with the help of KJ. Now, today is a very important day in Nigeria. There's election for governor in Osun State. It has been taking place all day. It's already evening time in Nigeria, and results are coming out. We're beginning to see results of the election, and looking at some of the result papers we're seeing, it appears clean, unlike the past years where we see these INEC forms altered in several ways. We see that the two main parties, Accord Party, which is the party of the current governor, Delegate, is competing with APC, the party of the federal government, the party in charge at the federal level. It's been keenly contested election. We are going to talk about what people have been saying and talking about during the process. From the news reports we'll be monitoring, it hasn't been much different from past elections, including the one that happened in Ekiti a few weeks ago. It hasn't been so different from that. We're going to go in depth to look at what people saw, because this is a measure of how the presidential election happening next year will look like. What have we learned from these experiences? Are we moving forward in the right direction? Are we going back? We're going to weigh in on that on different levels. It's been very competitive in terms of the campaign, the attack, the attack on each other. We also know that I noticed that the buying votes this election has moved up from Tikiti, I think it was $10,000. Sorry, 10,000 naira. But in Osun State, it's now 25,000 naira. So all the normal election flaws in Nigeria, they are all happened in this election. There were vote buying, there were problems with materials getting to the sites. Security forces were misbehaving as usual. There's no sign that we learned anything. So we get into all the details, and there's something that I really need to show you as one of the first videos we are going to watch, which is the hype men from Edo State. They showed up in Osun State, and they were touting the governor and Davido, the governor's nephew. Let's watch.
We tell when I say we dey call. When I say na lie. Osun.
They don't want to hear word.
Osun.
They don't want to hear word.
Osun.
Adeleke
will learn in the hard way.
Tomorrow.
Adeleke will learn in the hard way.
Tomorrow.
I told you we will not come Osun. When I say if we come Osun, say Abat, call them, tell them that Bako is trolling in the street of Osun. Tell them.
I say na one stone.
I don't get level.
When I call stone, most
Adeleke will learn in the hard way.
A very hard way.
Davido will learn in the hard way.
Very hard way.
Since you say you don't want to sing, you want to do politics, we will finish you. Yeah, everything day. We ready.
On ground.
We ready.
On ground.
Show them. Adeleke, Imo, Edo,
Show them.
Edo,
Show them.
Edo.
Couple head.
Who head now?
Davido, couple head.
He go commit suicide.
How far? Who head?
No matter.
Bastard.
Adeleke, we learn in a hard way. If we no kick Adeleke come up for that office, I will share 1 million naira to 5 people. If Adeleke win, I will dash out 1 million. Where Adeleke one pass win? Who know Adeleke?
Tell us say we dey on ground.
She say na to the dance.
Show them.
She say na to the dance.
Delegate.
She say na to the dance.
You go learn new thing. In a very hard way.
She say na to the dance.
Order your dancing on Saturday go end.
All don't end tomorrow.
End tomorrow.
Now tomorrow Akbako one
you
off
go
that
dey join
music.
Davido dey dance.
You go dey dance follow Davido.
Yeah, governor wey dey dance.
No mind
They are coming to smoke you out.
No, it's a must. That one is a
On
must.
Saturday they are smoking you out.
It's a must.
Tomorrow,
Adeleke is leaving.
your belle go less.
He go less. At first, now Adeleke one pass tomorrow. Adeleke. You know the year where you throw man go meet his excellency Senator Modi Okpebholo, the Akbako rescue. Omuegbere ready for una. He's taking over the state. We are going to capture Adeleke tomorrow. We'll capture him.
See another they come. See Oga. See Oga. See there.
We'll capture Adeleke.
See there.
We'll capture him.
They are on their way coming with their
We'll capture him. We are in the street of Osun to capture Adeleke. Adeleke. No matter.
No matter. If Adeleke put body, they go collect.
No matter.
Oh God, they ready to smoke anything out.
They are smoking
They
Adeleke.
ready to smoke anything out.
Adeleke.
I bet Mona go vote, Mona no fear, go and vote for APC.
Go and vote APC. It's free and fair election. Nobody will vote Adeleke. They have been stealing Osun's money. Davido should go and work hard. Go and work hard. Not can they use Osun money. They should show yourself on social media. They use Osun money. They buy new motor. Davido, go and work hard like your mate, the Burna Boy. Go and concentrate on how to carry a Grammy. Instead of misbehaving in the street of Osun, tomorrow, Davido, you will learn new thing. Adeleke family will learn new thing. Una head no correct. Una remember the year when I talked to Okpebholo, Senator Okpebholo. Oh, Q boy. Una dey craze. Una no get level. We are in the street of Osun. If you get level, come out. Come out. Akbako is in the street of Osun strolling. Now they craze. When yeah.
All right, that was Akbako. Every character in Nigeria, they all when they had that, there were about 9 governors of APC. They were in Osun State to monitor the election, they said, and intimidate voters, as you are seeing there, with police and military. There was another thing that happened because when you look at the results, whatever the results we say, it doesn't tell you the whole story of what happened between past few days, yesterday and today. Let's listen to this senator who was actually saying that members of the Accord Party should be killed.
What was sent to you by Davido and their group and their this thing is an AI something.
In that video, you were speaking after people had been killed.
I can hear you now.
In Elisha, and you appear to say that if Accord members were seen in the area before election day, it is killing. So what exactly did you mean by if we see them, it is killing? And can you explain why a reasonable listener should interpret that as a reference to votes rather than physical violence?
I spoke in Yoruba, and unfortunately many of you did not understand the parables in Yoruba. I told them we started the story from February 2025, local government elections. 4 of my people were killed, while 16 had bullet wounds on their bodies. Till today, nobody was arrested. And the same government was running up and down, dancing. In April 2025, there was another massive killing of 4.
All right, that is sitting senator saying that inciting really APC members to attack Accord Party members. He was called to report to the police, and he went there and came out, and this is what he said.
To come and see our policemen, to ask them, why are they inviting me? Well, we have met, and I've told them what I said, not the one manipulated by these mischievous interpreters of Yoruba language. I'm a Yoruba man. I spoke in Yoruba. If an Igbo or an Hausa or an Igbo woman is interpreting Yoruba to me, automatically, Yoruba means a lot of many things. We said, come between now and Saturday election, we will kill them with our vote. Go and look at the video. It's almost 38 minutes. A mischievous man, I don't know where he comes from, whether he's on drug or where, misinterpreted from somebody's blood. So we wait until after this to see what we can do legally to such a person. Where is sitting senator is for 2 terms and performing for constant eliminating people, killing them, will scare people. And nothing happened in a day. I won't talk much. We have left the whole thing to the owner of lives. So come Saturday, you will see the marvelous work of God. I've made my point as the leader of the people.
All right. So all these things are factors in what happened today, how people voted, who was allowed to vote, who was intimidated, who was not. Another factor was factional leader of Accord Party, the governor's party, also came out to endorse the APC's candidate for governor.
APC as the national chairman of Accord Party. As the national chairman of Accord Party. Today, and my working committee, they are all here. We have stepped down our support for Ademola Adeleke. And today we declare our support for Ambo. Come on Saturday. All Accord members in the state should go to the polling units and vote for Ambo. Vote for Ambo.
All right. So this is the backdrop of what happened today. I also want to point out that Omoyele Sowore was in Osun State for his party's candidate for governor, and he weighed it.
Vote today. Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Ẹ ṣé, mo mọ̀ pé inú wa ń dùn. Lójú wọn wá rò bí pé kí là ń ṣe ẹni tí ò bá nírú ẹni.
All right. That was there were other political parties who were also running for governor. As you can see in the results that we are seeing all over social media coming out, most of those parties got zero votes, and we are getting more results as we speak. So far, what is baffling to me really is that this process started during the primaries. When they had the primaries, whatever happened during the primaries, they had something to do with the candidates we now have. and whatever happened before the election had impact on what we're seeing on the papers. But moving forward, by the time today is over, or maybe by tomorrow, we start getting results from the local government areas. And basically, we will be talking about the results as if what happened before had nothing to do with what we're looking at. But that's the way, the nature of the beast. The media moves on. Everybody, we all move on to talking about all the other things without stopping to remember that where these things all started is during the primaries, how the campaign was conducted. They all have impact on the final thing that we see as the result that will be announced. All right, so many things. There were intimidations, vote buying. We have videos of women giving out money, people collecting voters' card and giving you money for that. People giving out bread and and rice, and it's now standard in Nigerian political campaign, which is really sad. We leave that. We'll get back to that. That will be one of our major topics as we go along today to discuss what happened in Osun State. But other news and stories in the news. This is a sad story. Former Cambridge University professor Jason Ade found dead. He killed himself. Most of you follow the story of investigation of the man, the youngest black professor at Cambridge University. He was accused of making up stories, copying from other people's work. And in the process, he resigned a few days after he killed himself. So this is something that we should talk about, the issue around mental health of people. He was obviously recognized by the university as someone who is troubled from the time he came in there and all the claims he made. And then the media in the UK, they were unrelenting on his case. And finally, he was drove to the point where he killed himself. So what does that tell us about human life and how we approach some of these things we do in public space? So that will be something to touch on and discuss along the way. All right, so before we end it, I want to just touch on other stories in the news. So during the week, at the beginning of the week, there was this trending video of Peter Obi when he went to speak at Jonathan's, I think there was a symposium that Jonathan organized, and Peter Obi spoke there. And he talked about a few things that were not new, but somehow they went viral and touched a lot of people. Let's listen a little bit to that.
5 judges that never gave judgment in my favor. So if you look at that and look at what is happening today in Nigeria, where professors
I'm sorry about
illiterate to rig election, where our lawmakers have removed forgery as an offense in electoral matter. And senior advocates of Nigeria are defending forgery. Our religious leaders are now praying for criminal politicians for blessing. We have a crisis. And above all, our judges are now thinking, for your mandate we stand.
All right. So I think he tried to summarize what has happened to our democracy in the last 4 years. Somehow it resonated with a lot of our viewers, a lot of Nigerians who made it go viral. let me touch on a few other things. Governor Soludo of Anambra State has been traveling abroad. He was in Canada, and he met some Nigerians at the airport. Or they came to see him. I'm not sure which is which, but let's watch the encounter.
Wonderful.
Sorochi Banseko.
Sorochi.
Banseko. I will find the UI. No. Sure, my first year with you. Abumonia and
Ames. Okay. Enugu Ezike, that's Igweze. Newi Bambam. Asakwe, onye be.
Abumonye United States mana Nambu onye Anambra State.
Thank you very much.
All right. In Kano State, they had one of these events they typically have up north, which was mass weddings. For the first time, I think people paid attention, and they had a lot to say about that. Let's watch some of the people that participated in the mass wedding. And
this is my first marriage. Okay. And I marry. I'm not married widow. I'm married 17 years old. I'm very happy today.
Yanzu na da shekara 55. Matata ce ta rasu, shine ƙungiyar mu suka dace na ga ba zan iya ba. In ba tallafin gwamnati ba zan iya ba. To da yana daga cikin da aka bude na je na ba da sunana aka sana ciki.
Cikin alheri muka yi abin alhamdulillah. Ba kuma cewa aka yi aure wannan ba ne neman tafiye da shekara ɗaya mana neman ta Allah kuma kawo aka yi. Mun yi farin ciki mun yi mana Allah.
Muna addu'a insha Allah Allah ya ba mu zaman lafiya shine a bada mun maraya sunan manzo Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yanzu dai ƙari ne na kuma jirarin ƙarin da nayi. Na jin dadin sa wallahi. Yanzu to hadda ita da wallahi uku ne.
All right. People were wondering the purpose of this mass wedding, what it means for the society. Some people thought that these weddings were for people who couldn't marry. They didn't know there were people who were marrying for the third, fourth time. There were discussions on what that meant for the children that will be born, with most of the couples getting about 100,000 naira. And they made sure they gave them bed. And after that, what happens next, So that's something that people debated along the way. Few more things. There was this video that showed up out of somewhere in Nigeria. Let's watch. Now, I have seen a lot of things, but I've not seen people bring in a gas station pumping gas through inside the vehicle. Yeah, everything in Nigeria. There was another one. I think I don't have the video queued in to show you. Some people, a family went to the zoo in Yola. I will play that along the way. And what they saw in the zoo was really shocking. Quickly, there was this pastor that trended this week. Innocent, Kingsley Innocent. Let me show you a video of him. The pastor's followers went to touch him. If you go and touch his leg, you put money on the floor, you get healings. We have problems, serious problems in the country. But this one was the one that broke my heart. Sometimes when you travel to Nigeria, you don't think about what could happen in an emergency. What if you are sick? Do you have emergency system? Can you call 1911? Can you be taken to the hospital in a dignified way? This is important. It's basic, you know. There was a video of someone, I think during this campaign in Osun State, and the guy got sick, and this is how he was taken to the emergency.
That's why I give you water.
Don't be pushing him.
Be careful because take it easy.
Don't give me any water.
Chief, don't give me water so that
my brother should be there as well.
Come, we need some. So when the council like this, I don't know.
See, come. This is a bank call.
Hey, please hold it, I beg you.
Maybe by the time the robber see you, this is now movie star. Wait on my brother.
What kind of wala is this? Where is the mat one first?
Yeah, sure.
Take. Give me one.
I heard the whistle sound. Yeah, this one is cool.
I've just been told that that's Dino. Oh, yes. Dino. I had another video sent to me about Dino and what he said about P2B and how he made his money. We will get to that. It's not very important today. I didn't know that was Dino. But that's essentially how people are taken to the hospital in Nigeria. And it bothers me always when I see that a measure of how a country is advancing is what happens to the citizens in an emergency situation. Is there any plan for them in that situation? Now, talking seriously about the international community, what's happening around the world. In Colombia, there was an earthquake this week. That has been, going on. We had, I think it started in what country? Venezuela, Colombia, and today I think there was one in Indonesia. We really don't know what's going on. They said they are not connected, but it's troubling. Let's watch it. That was Colombia a few days ago, and today I had Indonesia. They had an earthquake, and about, I think the last count I saw was 49 people died. Now, all these things shadowed the original story that started when the Catholic bishops went to see Tinubu. You guys remember what happened at that meeting? And Bishop.
I was heading for the open.
Became.
Our spirit told us we should wait here.
All right. So that was the story that was that happened. I think a week before, and the government didn't handle it very well. They were desperate for someone to save them from the backlash, because there were various backlash on that, and then they got a very good a good person to do that, which was the sheikh that came out to talk about infidels and Muslim ticket, how he supports that, and how infidels must be put in their place and told who owned the country. So that changed the conversation, and we will get into all that as we start the show. Again, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate that. You can like this show or share, subscribe if you have not subscribed. We are going to get straight into the conversation of the day. If you want to join us, I'm going to share the link so you can join us and be part of this conversation. Remember, this is your show. Have a say. Have Your Say is a show we designed for you to have an opportunity to weigh in on what's happening around the world. Again, thank you so much for joining us. For those who were here last week, thank you very much. I've had a chance to hear from several of you, and I appreciate all of you. Take care.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So, you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. It's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. Sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long
I
to
didn't call
admonish
you to
them.
make comment.
Huh?
Answer, please.
What did
I'm
you
not
say?
asking for comment. I didn't.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
So when you get your time, then you make your
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out.
You
think
serious?
you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, and it's time for Have Your Say 247. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. It's good to see you.
You're smiling you're smiling like you're winning. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for last week helping Omoye to navigate our people.
Thank you. We always winners on this side of the aisle. So being a flagship here gives us even more confidence that we are winning the race.
The flagship, how are you doing? Flagship, you are muted.
Okay, flagship, can you hear us? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. All right, I think he's talking to someone else.
Oh, okay. Flagship, if you are having problems connecting, you can join us again, click off and join back. That may fix it. All right, so KJ, what's going on? Are you following the results coming out?
Oh, yes, I'm following it. And it's been, it's been a shame, honestly. For the ones I've seen so far, many of the places are delegates leading, but you never know what the magic these guys have up their sleeves. For the first time, I thought that the police was going to go ahead and arrest the guy who came from Edo State, had paraded himself with the police vehicles. How they've come to change the result of Ekiti State. I mean, which state that is?
Osun.
But Osun State. But to my greatest surprise, they are rather going to look for somebody who is in his house, who they say camped 27 persons, who have plenty of voters card. And that's where the problem is. They're not in the places where the problems have been. They have never arrested people who have been sharing money all week long, and and now they are trying to find a way to blame the Accord Party. Rudolph, you see, I used to get very annoyed when somebody say you people are like animals. Now I don't get annoyed anymore, because I don't know. Some people will come here now and defend what is going on in Osun State. I don't know which other country in the world where election is done the way we do it in Nigeria becomes war. As we talk today, over 300 people have given their life for this same election, just because they are not supporting the party that the people in power are supporting. In fact, look at it. Where else? You've been living in the US. How many times have you heard of election and heard that somebody was killed because of election, even though it is fiercely contested? Where have you heard that people went to go and vote and they were thoroughly beaten and their cars vandalized. That's what we see in Nigeria, and people welcome it. People agree with it. People say it is all is fair, as we discussed last week. All is fair. That's what Tinubu says, and all is fair only in Nigeria. But Nigeria does not constitute the rest of the world. Rather, nowadays, as it's happening, people are seeing what is going on. So, to cut a long story short, the Osun results coming in, the few I have seen, Adeleke seem to be on the lead, or in the lead. And I hope it remains that way, because the people of Osun have shown relentlessly that they are in support of the present governor. And it will only be unfortunate if there's a different result. I have never advocated for violence, but this one election, I would have said to him, if I was one of his advisors, match everything for everything, because that's the only way. You see, long ago, those of us who have followed the destruction of the North by the Fulani Caliphate for a long time, we've come to know one thing: they don't hear a beg. When they're begging the terrorists, they think that you are weak. All they understand is force for force. You match their force for the force. But the moment, as long as they run away and keep trying to look for a way to make peace, they don't hear it. They think you are weak. So, and that's what is playing out, because the federal might is totally behind what's going on in Osun State. And I won't be surprised if they find a way to remove him, because, like I said, and like we have said on this channel, do everything you can to win at the poll. At the poll, don't even think going to court will give you any mileage. It's not. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, KJ. Mr. James, welcome to the show. KJ talked about United States and elections in the US. I'm not even interested in what's happening here. Let's in the Gambia. How do you compare the election in Nigeria, what we saw today and all the previous elections, and what is going on? What happens in the Gambia where you are?
Well, I don't want to compare apples with potatoes. Please, I don't just want to comment on it. Kindly spare me the horror. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay, but before, don't go away yet. What are you watching? What are you following? Stories, news.
Very dejected. I've been dejected over the situation in Nigeria. Nothing good comes out of that country. I'm badly worried. Where am I going to retire to at the end of the day?
Were you planning to retire in Nigeria?
You say?
Were you planning to retire in Nigeria?
Sorry, my
you planning to retire in Nigeria?
Well, not quite, but that is my home. But if it is not habitable, I just have to look for another place to retire to.
What kind of thing are you looking at the place you want to retire? Can you hear me? Mr. James. All right. We leave Mr. James, and we're getting a lot of, I think we're getting feed from
I'm sorry,
him.
my line is very weak. My line is very weak. Kindly repeat it again. My line is very weak.
I wanted to know, what were you looking for? What will you be the ideal place you want to retire in? Why is the Gambia not good? All right, James is having problems. James, can you join us again, and maybe that will resolve your connection?
Okay, if you allow me, the other news I was following.
KJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I was just checking my mic to make sure I'm okay.
All right. The other news that was quite, a blowout was the demolition of a green path given to a pastor in Abuja, Pastor Ike Monye, that was demolished by the FCT Development Control, even though the case is in court, and the case was adjourned to October. But during the weekend, they quickly rushed there and marched down everything. So that was quite, carried a lot of, time this weekend that just gone by. We can talk about it if that's part of what you have.
Okay, this happened this weekend?
Yes, it happened this weekend.
Wow.
It happened last weekend, but it all trended to this weekend. Why did it trend? Because it is rumored that the land was, repurchased by the Senate president, and they brought, these hoodlums to come and, make a fence. Use this weekend to make a fence so that by time it's Monday, nobody can access the building, the land itself. So that brought a lot of drama and fight and struggle. And I quite appreciate the wife of the pastor who stood her ground and said, "You guys are not going to put any block on ground here." And yes, so it was quite a scene in Abuja this weekend. So you can see why I said I no longer take offense when you say you guys are animals. That's why I don't take offense anymore, because you have a case in court. The court has ruled and said come back in October. Meanwhile, let the status quo remain. And when the weekend falls, you bring your people. They go when they are matched down everything, including the people's furniture and their speakers and everything. And then you got your people to start digging the ground to put a fence over it, so that by Monday you will have completely taken over and locked the place and bring your hoodlums to take over. Why does this kind of news where does it ever happen again in this kind of time? And this is happening right in the federal capital of Nigeria, where you're supposed to have some form of excellence, okay, some form of rule of law. So if this is happening in Abuja, think of what will happen in the backside of Nigeria, where nobody is those ungoverned spaces, but people are living. Just think of what will happen. It's definitely every strong man can take over the whole place and even change the name of the village and cause it his own name, and nothing will happen. Nothing is going to happen. It's sad.
All right, thank you, KJ. A flagship, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. How are you today?
Well, I'm very good.
I thought I saw you in that video, Rudolph.
What video?
In Kano State. Yeah. Well, was that
that man looked like me in another 10
like
years.
You,
10 years from now, I will look like the man,
No. It's good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I was, I guess this is where you talk about the stories that are outside of the main topic, right? Is this it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I took my eyes a little bit out of Nigeria, although I could not. I try to follow up on that story from, I guess it's the PFN president that came out last week or thereabout to say that he commands over 65 million people in Nigeria when he was opposing that law that was talked about that speaks against preaching in buses and all of that stuff. I was amazed, actually, to see that one man has control over 65 million people. And my head was just running around. If we could get him to get the 65 to participate in these elections, I think we'll go a long way, and it will speak volumes, you don't seem to hear them talk when it's election time. If you have such manpower, why not use it? Why wait until they talk about something that affects your religion? I suppose the participation of the church in societal events would include his wielding of that power to ensure that a lot of votes are cast during election times. I mean, I thought I would hear more about that following that rhetoric that he made on the news. And the other thing that I followed up on was on this side of the hemisphere, the congressional hearing on Anthony Fauci and COVID and all the drama that went on in 2020 and what we are finding out now, the results, and how one can plead the fifth 111 times. I think that should go in the Guinness Book of Records. I've never seen anybody do that before in one sitting. So I thought that was very very amazing to hear. The other thing that caught my attention was yesterday. Dallas Fort Worth Airport apparently had a plan to install a foot washing station inside the airport for the quote per the report from the Islamic folks. But yesterday they went back on their decision and said they were not going to do it anymore to install a foot washing station inside the airport for airport users who are Muslims. So I kind of found out a little bit interesting that these things are going on, and they are going to be pushed back in Texas, most especially, against folks of the Muslim faith, that mosques are being challenged, permits are being withdrawn from buildings, that areas rather that mosques are going to be cited, and so on. And to find out that this decision about the foot washing station at the airport has been reversed is kind of interesting to me. I'm waiting to hear more on that, hopefully by Monday, to see what the outcome would be. So those three stories actually caught my attention this week past, and I'm hoping to get more on those as the week comes.
That's very interesting. You mentioned the PNF. I actually got one of my producers, executive producers, sent me the
They were being persecuted. They were told not to preach again. Just like the Senate of Nigeria, Federal Republic, now they are telling them not to preach in bus. Make all the stadium in Nigeria to become a prison. If we want to enforce that law, we are coming. But we break that law. Our master told us to go into the world and preach the gospel to every creature. You sit somewhere there and you're saying we shouldn't preach in buses. We will preach in buses. We will preach everywhere because you are evil, making evil decrease. Evil. We will rather obey God than man. That's what our fathers told them in those days. You better tell them. No Pentecostal must listen to that. And the national president, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, I lead over 65 million people. Everybody, go into every taxi, go into every bus and preach. Let them arrest us. Let them turn National Stadium Lagos into prison. I will come there. Let them turn National Stadium Abuja into prison. I'll come there. Let them build more prison. They will be the one that will go there and they will rot there. And God will judge them. You don't go after killers. You don't go after those that are beheading. You don't go after rapists. You don't go after kidnappers. You don't go after bandits who are unlawfully carrying arms. You are not going after them. You are going after us who are preaching the gospel of peace that have changed the lives of people. We won't listen to you. You are not God. Who are you? You are there for eternal, and God will wipe all of you out. Those who are promoting that law, God will cut them off. We will rain curses upon you and upon your family except you repent. There is nothing you can do. We are unstoppable. What kind of evil is that? Those that were kidnapped in Borno State, they have not rescued them. And you are oppressing us. And it's targeted against the church. And we are up to it. Bring it on and send us to prison. See how you will imprison 65 million people. I will order them on the streets. We will march. Now they are coming there now trying to change it. It's been in the statute before. You better remove it from the statute. This one, we will break that law with joy. Praise the Lord.
Wow. I didn't
So you see how powerful that is, Rudolph. I like that. I really do like that energy. But here's where I think it would have been better if he would say we will break the votes with 65 million votes that are cast. We will break INEC office and go. When I say break, I mean we would all go register and get our PVCs to make sure we go there and cast our votes, 65 million of us. You know the level of change that would happen in Nigeria overnight if he would commandeer 65 million people to get out on the street and protest hunger, insecurity, and the rest of them. I think that the government by now would have made a huge U-turn on things and try to walk in the right direction. So I'm kind of perplexed at how we use power in Nigeria when we have so much resources in our hands.
When you were speaking about him deploying 65 million, I was thinking about the stories I heard that Showore was the one who elected Buhari as president, and now he can use that power to elect himself. So I'm thinking, how will he, like you have suggested, how will he, command the? I thought you would say something like, I'm going to preach in the buses myself for the next 2 weeks and let them come and do something to me, and I'm going to go with. There are so many ways to look at that, but we can touch on it. It's quite interesting, especially with the Sheikh that came out and talked about I know you guys probably discussed that last weekend about Muslim tickets and why the infidels will be dealt with. We can also combine it together and touch on that together with what we're discussing. KJ, you look like you wanted to say something. No?
Well, that's my conspiracy, so I will have something to say. That's Bishop Waleoke. One of the I must say, one of the distinguished gentlemen of the church, of the heads of the church. He's been there for a long time, and yeah, I like what you said, Rudolph. That's what I expected him to say. You know what? Next week, I'll be preaching from so and so. I'll be there with my top members of my executive or church leaders. We'll be preaching, and let's see who will arrest us. That's how to deal with these people. Just say we will preach, and then the ordinary man who you don't even know where is a member of your church listens to you and leaves Ozuakoli, goes to preach in Umuahia and is arrested. And how do you know that he's been arrested? Because you will not even hear the story. You see, that the problem of such things is that when the ordinary man is being arrested, or the people who do not have as big name as you have, nobody hears it. We just discovered a lady who was arrested in Imo State and taken to prison in Wawa prison in Niger State, and she's been there for 5 years, never gone to court, never been charged. That's what happened, and many people are in Nigerian prisons languishing in that way because they don't have any name. Those of us who have practiced some form of journalism in Nigeria know that that's the biggest fear of a journalist whose name is not ringing bell in the national newspapers, because you are picked up and nobody knows, and if nobody is there to see when they are picking you, you just you are the mercy of whoever those set of security or operators are. And so for me, yes, what he said is correct. And if we're going to talk about it, you wonder when these laws are made, who are the people who back this law? Because our people are there. They said, oh, this is not a new law, it's been in the regulation of the FRS. If that law was there right from the time it was formed, why did people accept it? But I want to shock you. Not preaching, that is miracle not being carried on TV, was not a handwork of a Muslim or those who are not Christians. So the handwork of people who are Christians, and I don't want to call it denomination, because they were heading the NBC when that law was passed. And it was one of us who was heading it that decided to say, oh, why do people do miracles that is not proven? There should be scientific reason for whatever is happening. Since you don't have papers for it, it should not be aired on Nigerian television. Thinking they are doing Christo Hahilome. That is it. But you see, other people now, they jump on that and have increased it. And they keep increasing it until such a time that you will now have to get a license before you can even hold a church service. It doesn't have a stop. That's why we say do not interfere. Even though let the church regulate itself. Don't begin to tell us what to do or what not to do. If you do that, nobody knows where it will stop. And that's the fear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. We have one of our listeners who are giving us a challenge. He said, if you and all your guests answer the question to my satisfaction, I will donate to you today. Why is it that something as simple as an election is considered a war in Odua land? My first question to the person is it not a war across the country? Is there any difference? Let me hear from you guys. Is there any difference between what's happening in the west and in the north and in the south? And Mr. James, do you know? All right, Mr. James cannot hear me. The flagship. Do you think that the election, the way it's conducted in the Southwest, is different from the way it's conducted? Is everybody hearing me? Are people running away?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, Rudolph. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, your camera is turned off.
Yeah, your camera is off. So I thought you were taking care of something. KJ, you can start.
Okay. Well, to our dear listener, please donate very quickly because we'll give you a good answer.
No, he said you have to satisfy him.
Oh yes, I'm going to satisfy him with
it. Yeah.
Now, the reason, and I'm not going to just put it on Odua land. I'm going to put it across Nigeria. Or the reason why you see that politicians are ready to kill and be killed in the process of electionary campaign or voting in Nigeria is one thing. It is the pot of the honey they are asking for. It is the national resources that they are going to get into. Nobody asks the political leaders for accountability of how they spend the money that is accrued to the state. Nobody takes them to court. Even if you take them to court, they settle and they leave. So for you to be rich without any form of struggle is to get into political positions in Nigeria. Whether they are from the north, south, east, or west, it's the same thing. They do the same thing. I give you a very clear example. Some people just go there only because they want to amass the wealth. They want to have control. If you are in the presidency, one of the things that you aim for is once you win, you distribute the oil well across your friends. You now give your friends a well in a reasonable import license that will cost little to nothing. They can go to central bank and get exchange rates lower than that which is being used in other clients. Other people are getting. So the largesse that follow the authority of the office which they get is what makes them to fight, do or die. Another example is that right now in Osun State, for instance, those who are fighting it, they are using it as a reason to show that they who are supporters of Tinubu have been able to deliver, and consequently they are trusted and given more position. But now the unfortunate thing is that the Osun people seem to be going along with the governor of the state, who they say have done a bit better than every other person who have governed the state. So they will prefer to go with him. But the question now is the power that be do not want that. So in other words, why is election the way it is in Nigeria? Because those who are in a position of authority use the apparatus of government, which is the military, the police, the Air Force, the Navy, the fire, civil defense, and every one of them to be able to put themselves forcefully in the position of governance. I'll give you another example. The election going on right now, there's a local government where the police, after they finished voting, the police took away, they drove the people and took away the ballot box. And so how are you going to guarantee the security of that ballot box has been taken by the police? So they simply take it to their Oga's house. Oga will give them a new ballot box, thumb printed with whoever their candidate is, and they go take it to the submission center. There is no accountability. There is nobody who want to check. We, the people of Nigeria, have decided to abandon anybody who is there to do as they wish. In fact, that is why when you are in government, those of them they tell you, we have done this, and people they expect you to clap for them, But that's it. If there's anything I'm saying that you don't understand the one thing that once you become the governor, nobody on earth asks you any question any longer. You spend the resources the way you want. You do whatever you want with it. No question asked. That's the reason why it is dangerous, because we don't have any form of accountability. The people cannot hold you accountable. The people cannot remove you. In fact, let me shock you. The Nigerian Constitution says that if I'm a senator right now, and my people decide to want to recall me, after they've gotten the required number of signatures, they will now take that petition that people have already agreed that I should leave the office and submit it to the National Assembly, who will set up a committee to agree whether me as their member should leave. Who will do that? Which system will ever agree to that? So when they submit it to the National Assembly, The National Assembly will obviously decide that you are not good to go, that you have done nothing wrong, and that's the high ends. So the whole system is twisted upside down so that these people can constantly and continually be in office, and nobody can do anything about it. The police, see, okay, this is my last point, Rudolph. The Nigerian police, unlike other clients where the police is meant to protect you, in Nigeria, the police is meant to protect those in power. It's what the people in power say that the police will do. Whether it is in alignment with the constitution or not, that's what they will do. I'll give you another example and I'll finally end here. The Nigerian constitution says that if you are elected and you have any form of forgery in your certificate, you should be what? You should be taken out of office. That's the constitution. It's written in the constitution. But the National Assembly, whose first service is to the constitution, now says no. If you are elected, once you are elected and that result is not found, you are now free. You can sit in the office and do what you like. That is where we are. That is the Nigerian situation. So when we come here, some of us say the constitution needs to be talked about. We need to rework it. We need to look at it again. People who come here and say all kinds of things, that's the reason, nothing else. That constitution will not give good governance to anybody who operates in the way it is operated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, KJ. Let me just remind you that some of the politicians are not just there to get money. They were sent by God. Let me show you.
Noticed for the first time we are remembered, and I asked the guys out this because sometimes I say, listen, our people should not be sentimental. And that's why they sought me. And I enjoy the insult because tomorrow they will find out that, God sent me at a time like this to tell them the truth. The president has good intention to integrate the people of Southeast. And I have to be very honest with you. If I'm not a minister from Southeast, we won't be able to get the projects we have gotten. And so it's an intentional by Mr. President. Go and right the wrongs of the Southeast. When Christ was wounded, he never called anybody that didn't have something to do. God said to Moses, what do you have in your hands? We should always have something in our hands that will become subject of prayer. Pray my people to obtain them the good news. This is the time. We've been integrated. There is no time savvy chips are made that we are not getting one under President Bola Tinubu. Look at Enugu Onisha. For years, people spend hours to travel for a journey of 30-45 minutes. Today, now road 50% is being constructed like the coastal road.
He said Enugu Onisha Road, and that I thought he was going to say that it's been finished, but it's still being constructed. The same thing with Lagos Ibadan and Lagos Benin. You would think that they've finished this.
It's still not complete.
Every government that came to Nigeria, they all construct the same Enugu Onisha. Not west. Is it west south? What is that name of that road?
There's East-West Road.
East-West Road.
And that's north-east.
Uh-huh.
That's the one they're coming from. Yes, from Lagos to
Lagos Ibadan. Uh-huh. And then Lagos Benin.
Lagos Benin to Calabar.
Nobody has ever calculated how much they spent over the years.
It's not
even. Sorry, KJ, go ahead. After you, I'll say something.
Go ahead.
Well, one other thing I found out this week, Rudolph, is that I heard that in Morocco they named a super highway after Donald Trump. Did you hear about that?
Oh yeah, I had something like that. Or they were planning.
Yeah. So apparently, this is the interesting part for me. It's not about even the naming. The super highway is about a little over 1,000 kilometers long. And the cost for that road was a little below $1 billion US. And we have a super highway in Burkina Faso that Traore is constructing right now and is taxing his citizens to pay for it. And the cost we are being told as of this moment is in no way compared to the one in Nigeria that runs from Lagos to Calabar. That is about 750 kilometers thereabout, and it's costing $11 billion. So compare that. You're talking about the price just now. Nobody knows how much these roads we've not been able to factor in the actual cost. $11 billion to go from Lagos to Calabar at 750 kilometers versus 900 and something million dollars for over 1,000 kilometers. So something is not right somewhere.
So thank you, KJ. Umahi also talked about God sending him, which is why I played that video. And how do you question that? You know, if God sent Umahi and Umahi...
Who said God sent him? Who told him that God sent him? It's the devil that sent him. It's not God. It's the devil that sent him.
He quoted the Bible, quoted Moses.
No.
David.
No, listen. When the devil came to Christ, he didn't come to tell him. He quoted the Bible. He said to Christ, "The word the Bible says." That's what he said. So we don't believe such people who come, especially the way that he's short and wearing that is a funny dress. We don't believe such people. The Southeast is not bereft of people who are spiritually intelligent. So does he think he can go say that to people in Ebony, not to the Southeast? Let me say something. You see, these are the people who have kept the Southeast the way it is, because their leaders, once they have small porridge in their mouths, they run their mouth like okra soup. Okay, when I heard that, I was so annoyed. No, God didn't send. Are you the first minister from the Southeast? Are you the first? What has Tinubu done? Because of this, I went to look for what Tinubu have done for the Southeast that makes this man think that we now should be falling all over Tinubu. What has he done? As I just said, the Enugu Port Harcourt road is still undone. Even his place, that is Ebonyi Ikotekpene road, it's not done. How long are these places? And numerous others. Onitsha road is still there, left for many years since I've been secondary school. That road have been going on. They've been trying to construct every now and then. What about the Enugu Port Harcourt? It's been there. The renovation have taken more than 35 years. Every year that they are telling us, since Obasanjo, this same Enugu Port Harcourt road was what made me to pick quarrel with Iwanyanwu, because the time that Obasanjo went to the east, and the eastern elders gathered and said to him, "Please help us with the road." He said, "Ask your son Iwanyanwu. He's the one who took the contract. Ask him what happened there." So you see, we have always had people like this who come and they present themselves as the messiah for the Southeast, but it's all for their pockets. Okay, you are there in the Southeast. You know what the Southeast need. We don't have any. You are a minister for works. The Southeast don't have any port. Not even the South don't have any port. We don't have any standard gauge, but you're minister of works. We don't have any. In fact, even to say to your government, since you are saying you are working for the Southern Eastern people, Hope Uzodinma have asked that the oil companies in Imo State come back to Imo State to build their headquarters there, so our young people will have work. Why have you not helped him to facilitate that, since you are the boy of the president who knows what should be done for the East? I don't believe. So look, I know we have very silly people representing the Southeast, but this guy is the worst of all of them. He's the worst. I must say that. I'm sorry. That's this same person we're talking about, God, who just a young girl just died in his house, and he's doing everything possible to cover it. You're telling me about God? He's doing everything possible. If it was David Omahi's daughter that this happened to in somebody's house, would they have forgotten about it that way? Will he be trying to cover it? If it was him, his child, okay, and he's saying those who talk about it is going to, why has he not gone to court with those people who have been talking about it? Okay, so that's how Mary Kabila will go from this world. Nobody will talk about it. The parents can't talk about it. The media cannot talk about it. It has quietly gone off the radar. And you come and tell me about God. Oh she. Nonsense.
KJ, the man is a deacon. I don't know why you're reducing him to the ground like that.
No, it will be today now. We don't see Dickens. I told you I went to do a story in Liberia shortly after the war. And we found out that in the church there, majority of people who played parts, who did all kinds of things, they were bishops and deacons in the shop. Their names were in the obelisk that was in front of the church. Their names were found there. And we are shocked that this These same people, Rudolph, we went to the lodge. There's a lodge opposite the American embassy, American embassy in that Liberia. Okay, that was destroyed during the war. But while we went there to look at it, the urban standing in front of it had the same name, and majority of the names from the people who are in the church we saw. Inside the, I myself and my colleague looked at it and said, I didn't know the same people who are bishops and this whose names are on the lodge. So what are we saying? We know that not everybody who calls father is a Christian. Now we know that we are no longer taken by it. Somebody like him cannot tell me that he's a Christian. If he's a Christian and certain things he's doing, or even let us even say he doesn't have the way without to deal with national issue. What about the simple one of a young girl died in your house? You are the one telling us the story. Till today, you are telling us the story of what the boyfriend said. Can the media talk to the boyfriend? Is there no journalist who said to us, sir, can we have the name of the boyfriend? Since you know so much about him, and since he has so much information, let us go talk to the boyfriend. Is there nobody who said that? Why are you the one reporting? What about the five engineers who went to work in Ebony State and never returned till today? Why is nobody talking about it? And you come and tell me about God? You come and tell me, do you know God? Doesn't know God. In fact, I'm so annoyed. I'm sorry. You don't know God. Nonsense.
All right, let's round up and start. I want to hear our flagship, your take on this. Because I think the person that wrote this must be thinking about it from the 60s, Operation Weighty, and how that degenerated into the Civil War and everything that happened, the coup and the Civil War and everything. And probably that's what he has in mind. I'm guessing that somehow elections in the South, if you remember during Shagari, if you remember what happened in Ondo State, what's the name of the governor then? Omoboriowo, yeah. What happened and how the coup that removed Shagari, people that they make reference to that, what happened in Ondo State as part of it. So maybe that's what this person is trying to say. Why is election? It's election. The first person is election. He's assuming that the assumption he made here is that elections in the Southwest are considered they're taken as a war compared to other parts of the country. I don't know if that is true, but I want to know what you think. The flagship. No, we can't hear you, flagship.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Politics is the only profession, and allow me to use that word, the only profession that you can walk in with tattered clothes and come out with designers a few years later. So whatever it takes, they do it to get themselves there. Now, if the way it's done in the West is different from the way it's done in the East, I don't think so, because when I look in the South as well, it's the same attitude and approach to it. People can kill, people can maim, they can do anything. It's war between the both parties or all parties that are concerned. So whatever it takes to get them there, they are ready to do it. And this has baffled my imagination to think that you would pay 100 million naira, for example, to get the nomination, get a ticket to be nominated for office or to run for office, when you know that your salary at the end of the day, put the 4 years together, is maybe a little less than 10 million naira if you complete 4 years in office. So it's war wherever you look at it and whatever region is being played. They have to find a way to get there because it's strictly for personal gain. Everyone looks at the national cake and wants to get a piece of it. So whatever they need to do to get there and get a slice of it, they will do, regardless of the region. So I don't think it differs.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm welcoming to the show. Stay humble. Welcome to the show. Chris, welcome to the show. Let me see if I can get an answer from Mr. James, because Mr. James, I know you followed what happened in the 60s I'm assuming that's what the person that made that comment was referring to, or maybe during Shagari's time. Do you think that the election, how the campaign is handled in the Southwest, is different from any other part of the country?
Well, I just feel the Southwesterners extend the.
All right, Mr. James, your connection is not good today at all. Let's move on. Maybe you can try again and rejoin. I don't know why, but let's move on and hear from Stay Humble. Stay Humble, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're yet to start. We're about to start after we deal with this issue. Maybe the guy will be satisfied and donate money to us. He gave it as a condition that he has to be satisfied. We don't know what his satisfaction level is or what should satisfy him. But this is the question. Election in the Southwest is a war. Why? Do you believe it's a war, and why do you think that is?
Okay. Well, war is a strong word. You know, unfortunately, it's a word that is often used in Nigeria's political space and lexicon. It's very sad that we often deploy that word, war, do or die, you know, and even other phrases that should not be used. Because what's the essence of election? The essence is to allow the people to choose persons or leaders, as we commonly say in Nigeria, who they think can pilot the affairs for a given period of time. So it should never be a war. It should be a seamless process, especially given the level of civilization that most of the world should have attained. Of course, we know that fortunately, some parts of the world, they're still struggling with that. So it should never be a war. But if you look at Nigeria, if you look at Nigeria's situation, let me start from the beginning, then connect the dots to the Southwest and then to the rest of Nigeria. From the beginning, Nigeria's election, unfortunately, had always been tampered with. In the first instance, it was tampered with by the colonialists, you know, by the British, in favor of a particular section. If I mention that section now, Dr. Damages may go gaga because he doesn't like, he has a soft spot for that section. But you are muted.
I said just mention whatever you want to mention. If you back it up with whatever evidence,
yeah, of course, the evidences are there. You know, because you know, when others were clamoring for independence and stuff, that's why you're saying no, we are not ready. And we know what happened. Yeah, I don't want to go into detail because we all know these details. Then after that election, you know how even the so-called founding fathers, some political gladiators, were even prevented from campaigning in the North. The Action Group is prevented from campaigning in the North. The NCNC is also prevented from campaigning in the North. You know what happened before the Kanu riot of 1953? They were all related. So that was another war again. So this is not peculiar to the Southwest. And then fast forward to the time of independence, when the Northern People's Congress won the majority of the seats in the so-called parliamentary system of government. You know, eventually they had to form a government with the NCNC, and the Action Group became the opposition. Of course, the plan, I would think, was maybe to isolate the Action Group, because this guy, Awolowo, was not in the good books of the colonial masters. And then we saw how they tried to, you know, manipulate things in the West. Those days, the elections of 1964. At a point, the West was called the Wild, Wild West. So these things, they are in the history books. They are common knowledge to anybody that has the slightest interest in Nigeria's history. So what you are saying today, I've always said it, even in other platforms, that everything you see today around Nigeria's political system, the rascality, whatever you have today, they were there during the elections in Western Nigeria in the early 60s. You talk of ballot box snatching, you talk of vandalization of property, you talk of falsification of results, you talk of vote buying. What was it? Everything that you see. In fact, Nigeria is just copy and paste. They just go to the library of the 60s and 70s and borrow some of the bad books and just photocopy, and continue to practice what's there. There is nothing new. And that's why sometimes I tell people that, look, let us not waste our time talking about electoral reform. Let us use so and so technology. We use the best technology in the world for election. In fact, recently, like 2 years ago, there was a general election in the United Kingdom, which I voted in. It was very manual. It was very, very manual. I didn't see any huge electronic device. There was no massive technology deployed. It was purely manual, and it was very peaceful. The only problem here in Nigeria is that politicians don't want the votes to count, and not just the politicians, to a large extent, the people sponsoring them from outside the shores of Nigeria. They don't want the votes to count. Any day they want the votes to count, we would even go and ask the student union government of Nassau State Polytechnic to come and conduct election, and they will conduct a very good election. So, right. Yeah.
Round up. You're done.
War should not be the word we should be using. Unfortunately, that's the word now. But of course, we should do everything possible to eliminate that word or even its practice in the electoral system. And finally, the only way that can be done now in Nigeria, the most feasible way is the Nigerian diaspora, which is really, really strong and stronger than they even think they are, to actually seize the momentum and seize the political space and get their own, the system that they want. If you continue to rely on political parties of the Dixons of this world, of the APCs of this world, the PDPs of this world, to advance your political ambitions and desires, you are going nowhere.
All right, thank you. Stay humble. Chris, welcome to the show. We want to quickly touch on the question that somebody who is listening asked us on the comment section, and then we start the show properly on this Osun election. Chris, what is your take on that question?
Well, I don't get the question, so I just want to.
You didn't get the question. Okay, yes. Let me put it up again on the screen. The person that asked the question is HP something, and he wanted to know why is election in the Southwest considered a war or treated as a war. This is how he put it. If you and all your guests answer this question to my satisfaction, we donate to you today. Why is it that something as simple as an election is considered a war in Odua land?
Okay. Well, some people have described politics as a war by other means in the first instance. So it's a war of ideas in some places, like in developed world. But they have actually started this, usually people look at politics as if it is just something that faint-hearted people do or things like that. No, actually, if we look from the history of how power, are taken or given, it's always through brutal force, So my understanding, especially in the West, is that they do not want, there are two factions of the Southwest. Those that actually want to be at the center, or what I will call the Muslim Yorubas, that like to play some kind of alliance with the North. And then the main Yorubas that want to be have what or how will I put it? It just they like to have their internal affairs. They want to be in control of their internal affairs without any interference. Now, when you look at from the history, it was the idea of trying to get these junior partners of the Yorubas by the Northerners that led to the what they called Operation Waitie, simply because the Prime Minister decided to circumvent the Constitution and then try to promote that version of the Yorubas, the Muslim Yorubas, to be their partner in order to continue to rule in Nigeria. Now, it seems that that partner was sealed by the election of that partnership was sealed by the election of the Buharis and so on. So now the main Yorubas are trying to fight back, but because if you look at their history, they always like to promote the Muslims as but you will think that the Yorubas are majority Muslims, but that's not correct. But if you look at what is in their politics, they always like to promote Muslims, as is always the case in the Muslim political system, that anytime they are in power, they always like to promote Muslims and not the general public. So that reaction always brings tensions in the Southwest. That's my take on it.
All right, thank you so much. Somebody wrote on the comment section, how much is he donating that we're sweating to answer the question? So it has nothing to do with what he's donating. We just want to do something different, and I think it's actually good to have people who are watching us send us questions and we try to answer them. Let me hear from Maska before we now move to our proper beginning of the show. Maska, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Good evening, KJ, Flagship, Humble, and the ethnocentric Chris. Well, what am I? I always like to be guided.
Oh, okay. There was a question on the table by one of our viewers trying to hear from us on what we think about election in the Southwest. He feels, based on his question, that is considered a war in the Southwest. So the first question is that true? Is it different from other parts of the country? And yeah, that's the premise.
Okay. In my opinion, I think election, And I guess he's asking this question because of the Osun election.
Yes, and probably I think people died in Osun. Now I don't know the number of people that died throughout this process. So he thinks that it's considered a war in the Southwest. I don't know.
Okay, my position is that I think he's reading it wrongly. In Nigeria, so Osun election is what I would call an indicative election. You know, there are some elections that I don't know the way to express it, but there are some off-cycle elections that you can read a lot more meaning into it, meaning that even the politicians understand that it's a very special election. So let me give you a perspective. So let me give this guy a perspective why even, for instance, at even a rudimentary level or a pedestrian level, this Osun election is a special election. For instance, if he's following the election, we all know that PDP as a political party is in turmoil currently. But there is a landmark announcement, I think it was day before yesterday or yesterday, that it was announced that, okay, finally PDP will be on the ballot of this election. And a lot of the other states now, the PDP players are now, if you see the alignment and realignment that is happening in almost all the other states, simply because there is clarity now on the fact that, okay, this is the faction of the PDP. I think it's this Tanimu faction now that has been recognized for the Osun election. So that in itself, people have read meanings into it. So it's in the same vein that all the political parties would want to take advantage of some of these off-cycle elections to make it look as if it's larger than life. And I think this off-cycle election is happening in the Southeast, and it's not because this is what normally happens in the Southeast. This is my own take, but obviously, you know, the problem with us as people, we always try. Okay, no, the word is not try. We follow the path of intellectual least resistance. Whatever our emotions tell us, that's what we want to follow. That's what we want to believe. So if I'm a Hausa man, I want to demonize the Southwest for no apparent reason. Or I'm a Hausa man, I want to demonize anything that is Southeast without having to put my thinking cap and ask myself, why is this thing really like that? So my conclusion is that I think some of these conclusions is asking this question because of the Osun election. The peculiarity of this Osun election is not a geographical or a tribal peculiarity. It's a cycle peculiarity because it's an off-cycle election, very close to the upcoming lifting of campaign. So a lot of things are going into this election. I hear somebody like Chris going rampant, saying that you know, that the Muslim Yoruba, and you see, these are the kind of places where we fall into our own emotional trappings. The real dividing line in terms of the people who wanted to go with the center and people who wanted to remain, the real player is Ladoja Akintola. Ladoja Akintola is a Christian. He was the one who was partnering with NPC. So from where would somebody get and concoct this theory that the Muslim Yoruba are the people who are trying to partner with the center, when the main player who was the source of that operation, Wete, was a Christian and was partnering with NPC? We really need to be careful as a people. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much. Let me remind people that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Fidelis Mbaro, who is a cardiologist and a novelist. He will join us from Ohio to talk about how to maintain a culturally balanced and fulfilling life in the diaspora. So he is a very wonderful man, professor of medicine, but he's also a novelist. So he's done a lot of work, and we want to talk to him about how he balances, especially for his children and the next generation, how we can learn to do that. and he will talk about politics and every other thing. So tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, if you can join us, so 1:30 p.m. here in New York. Now, on the 23rd, Sunday, the 23rd of this month, we are going to have Frederick Mwabufo, who is a senior special assistant to the president, and I mean Tinubu, on public engagement. He will be our guest here. So we've been looking for someone from the government side to come here and talk to us. So finally, we got one person, senior special assistant to the president on public engagement. He's coming here. Why are you laughing?
Frederick Mwabufo.
You know him?
Dr. David.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He was a journalist.
I think he's a bigot, and you know, he said a lot of horrible things.
Okay, reserve it for when he comes here. You can have a chat with him and tell him what you think. Well, he's going to be with us August 23rd to speak for the government. You know, the question we have is simply, what have they achieved and why should people vote for them? And we get you to interact with him. So that will be on the 23rd. All right, so now we are going to go to the main issue. We are getting results from Osun State, from several news agencies reporting that it's close. Nobody is declaring winners yet, but it's close in terms of the results we are seeing. We don't know how that will end at the end of the day. But it wasn't a blowout that either side they were looking for. So we will come back and have a conversation on that. Thank you again for joining us. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Have Your Say 247, when we let you have your say on top issues in the news. We are starting today with the election for governor in Osun State. Like I said, the results are coming in. All the news agencies and monitors, people that monitor the election, they are reporting on what they saw. All the reports I've seen didn't show that there is a significant improvement in this election from past elections. If you go back to the primaries, the opposition, opportunities for opposition to campaign freely, and go up to the point of the election itself, intimidation, vote buying, everything that we know about Nigerian elections all happened. So let me show you this.
olóṣèlú wọn láìkí ìpínlẹ̀ kan inú wọn dáa ntí tẹ̀tẹ̀ jẹ́ ìyá máa gbádùn àwọn olóṣèlú tó ṣe pé nǹkan kékeré wọn fi dẹ́yìn wò ṣe dáadáa tó bá ṣe dáadáa nǹkan ńlá náà ń bọ̀ tí wọ́n tún fi dẹ́yìn wò wọ́n jàǹbá àwọn tí wọ́n di tí wọn ò gbórúkọ wọn lọ́tọ́ sọ pé láti ọdún mọ́dún ní wọ́n ti ń ṣòṣèlú bọ̀ etí ò jẹ́ wọn gbúrò wọn mọ́ nínú ayé ni pé wọ́n dọwọ́ rú bí àbá ti ń dọwọ́ rú kò dáa bí àbá ti fi nǹkan rán yàn sí yàn ọdún tó fi tọwọ́ ara rẹ̀ tó ayé wa fi dáhùn. Àwọn wọn ní kí n fún yín ní ráìsì ayọkùn kan wọn ní kí n fún yín àwọn náà ń rí mi báyìí àwọn méjì méjì ní í fún yín ẹgbà àwọn ọmọ bọ́ mi lọ́kọ̀. kálí yín lẹ́nu fún mi. ẹ má dá wọn ní sùúrù.
ẹ má pa eré ìlà ìwó mi eré ìlà ìwó mi ẹ má gba eré ìlà ìwó mi.
sẹ́rí wà láàyè.
ọgbọ̀n mẹ́ta gálò yìí. Ìjọ sọ̀rọ̀ ìgbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀.
Àdìbò fún Mùlẹ̀wùdínà yẹn bá mi ṣe o. Torí wọ́n ti máa jẹ́ ọmọ rẹ̀ òrèrè àyè jẹ̀ láìpẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n bá ti gba owó lọ́wọ́ wa tó gba oúnjẹ tí ó tẹ̀ka fún ọmọ rẹ̀ òrèrè sórí ní ọdún. Láìkì rẹ̀ àwọn alásàlá tí wọ́n ti bàjẹ́ jù ọmọ àbájú òsè kúrò ní ìṣe òkúta pọ̀ fún wọn. Láìkì rẹ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ sí nígbà tó ṣe wípé ní wọ́n jẹ́ láti jọ wọ́n ti dé ní ayé lẹ́yìn pé ní mo pé mo tiẹ̀.
All right. Also, there were cases of intimidation of voters, including this one from a sitting senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
ẹ máa wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. lórí oko. títí bóyá nìkan sọ pé ẹ wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. ẹ tó bá ti tẹ nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ ní láṣẹ kì í sọ fún mi. lórí oko gbàwó wà lórí ẹ̀ wà lórí ẹ̀ ní ìjọba. èyí ẹ mọ́ wà lórí ẹ̀.
So this particular one became an issue where he said that all Accord members should be killed if they come to the polling station. He now said he spoke in Yoruba, and people who are not Yoruba misinterpreted what he said. He was called by the police to explain further. He went there and said at one point he said it was AI. So that's before the election. Finally, there's an election happened today, and we're getting the results. What baffles me personally is that sometimes, and that's why things I think do not change in the country. For the next few weeks, we'll talk about the results of the election without any attention to what happened before. And these things that happened before, they had impact on what happened today. But that's the way it is. So I want to hear from each of you on your take on the Osun election. What does that say to us? I think that's the final major election we're going to have before the presidential election, because this is what we're going to see in 36 states and the federal capital. will you be satisfied with this as election for that will give us the next president of the country? So let me start with you. Let's treat Masca as someone from Nigeria. Let me start with Masca, in the sense that we have to care about your time, and we appreciate you all the time. Go ahead, Masca.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for being considerate and for the empathy, putting yourself in my shoes. I appreciate that. Honestly speaking, I'm not a big fan of. Okay, so let me reverse back a little bit. My political position is that we've already left the main road politically. Nigeria is in the wilderness. So any discussion about the players or even the system itself and the outcomes, it's really not really a complete exercise in futility, but I think the real issue for somebody like me at a personal level, my thoughts really are not to worry my head about the happenstances, like the Osun election, what is going to happen there, what will be the outcome. Whoever wins the election, sadly, I don't think will mean well for the people of Osun State. And even if the person means well for the people of Osun State, the current system, both locally there in Osun State and the general structure of the country, the overbearing power of the people at the center, the seeming apathy of the people in the state, almost at a point where they've lost agency. All these things will conspire to, at the end of the day, provide a very negative result after the term of this governor. I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm not a prophet, but I'm saying that personally, my analysis over time of everything politically that is happening among us, this is the result. To be honest with you, people had come and said I should go to my state and actually contest as a governor. But I'm very clear that no, I would rather, if there is any possibility, to put up a mass movement where the generality of people in Nigeria at least would regain agency. Because at the end of the day, we need to have our people to have this agency so that at least we can design a system that works. This system is a good design, but in terms of applying it to us as a people at the current state as we are, with the level of consciousness of our people, I think any discussion would just, as I like KJ when he says some things, at the end of the day will just be a JoJo. And if you put it to the next level, you say it's just going to be cho-cho-cho. That's all. Because I mean, how many times we've seen it? Like there's so many false hopes that we've had in the. You take even Lagos State, for instance. I've been in Lagos. I was very happy at some point, but today when I go back to Lagos, it's a sorry state. You could see that, look, the political system is not working. So honestly, I don't have enough energy that I will spend in analyzing the Osun State beyond the fact that, like I said at the initial stage, that this is an obstacle election. And I think if we look at the Ekiti election, it was almost just, this thing is just going to be a replica of the Ekiti election. It's an obstacle election. People are trying to put down a marker so that hoping that this would help them scare their opponents during the main elections. And it's sad that we as a people were where we are, that even somebody like me is not going to be too convinced, too keen. Sadly so. But I think we should just spend more time analyzing the whole system as a whole, creating mass movement, how we can elevate the awareness of our people I think that's the starting point from it. But thank you anyway for the offer. Thank you so much.
Let me just push back a little bit, just so to know what you think. I saw a video on Sahara Reporters of a 19-year-old, I think, voting for the first time, and the outcome for him was that he lost hope in terms of thinking that elections will lead us to somewhere. So if we have a lot of people who, based on the experience, their encounter with this election, feel the same way, it means that subsequent elections, they might not participate. And I'm saying, if we wait for mass movement or mass revolution to change things, elections will continue. It's like people who say don't participate in election, they will still have elections and continue to vote people in. Do you think that there is a way? I think even before you talk about mass movement, do we have enough people that we say that we are not comfortable with what is going on now, the way we are doing these elections, that we have to start from there? Because we are going to be quoting figures saying that this person lost this polling unit, this person lost this local government, this ward, when we know that the premise of all those things are wrong, and it starts from there.
Okay, I'm a bit more of a pragmatist. Okay, so sometimes people don't really understand me. I'm a very difficult person to understand, especially the positions I take on things, and it's simply because I actually understand that there's no simple answers to human problems. So let me break it down for you. Based on what you've raised, I would canvass at all times for people to go and vote. Go and vote. Go and vote at whatever opportunity. I will go and vote, even though I know that the system is skewed. Not just that it's skewed, even the people that have been presented to me, none of them is up to my standard, but I will vote. Simply for me, because I want to show leadership. And I encourage the younger ones to go and vote. But also for us to understand that there is a lot of stages, and you don't know which one should come first. And therefore you cannot say, oh, until the system is right. That's why I don't support this argument of constitution. Even with this bad constitution as it is, let's continue to go through the motions of a country. Let's go and vote. Even though I know, somebody like me, I know that the result at the very end of the day, the outcome, let me not use the word result, the outcome, the scorecard of the person who will win the election and run the state, his scorecard will be below par, even though I know that. But I still support that. Let's go and hold elections. And as we are holding elections, I'm the type of person that will tell us, okay, these are the steps we should take to even at least create validity for the numbers of the election, even though the people who will win are useless people. But let's create the validity, let's create the process itself, so that by the time we now go back and sort out the internal politics of parties that will present us with good candidates, at least we know that the election process has been sorted and our people are inclined to always go and vote. I hope you get the drift, my place where I'm going. So that I'm saying that the scorecard at the end is not something I would jump on, but I still will canvass for people to go and vote. But the beauty also of my position is that even as you go and vote, you should know that this you're voting, you will want it to count, but that your vote has counted doesn't mean that your governor will perform. Let's have that understanding also, so that we know that you're dealing with just one part of the problem. Tomorrow you still have to deal with another problem. Even when we have the very best system and the very best people, what I've always canvassed and I've told people is that if we as citizens, we continue to abscond responsibility and we don't hold our leaders accountable, the press that we have, we don't hold them accountable to do a better job, we will reverse back into the same problems that we have. So the short answer is that I support people to go and vote, Mr. Rudolph, even though the work to be done is a long walk to freedom. It's a long way from Uhuru.
Okay, thank you so much, Master.
Master, I was gonna Mr. Rudolph, can I say something before I leave?
Flagship, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, stay humble. Go ahead.
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's Chris.
Oh, Chris. Oh, sorry. I thought that
Yes,
was Harry.
I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong place.
Okay, go ahead.
So, actually, the Osun election represents a serious battle for the president, who happens to come from that state. And it seems to me that the Adeleke's family, who are the the family who are as the most popular family, or how will I put it? Yes, family in the state, are not actually are being challenged by the Tinubu's faction, you know. And this has gone, well, as expected, along the religious line, even though people like Masca will continue to pretend that it's not happening. But everybody knows that progressively, the Southwesterners the prominent leaders are now becoming Muslims. You know, it's not by choice, but it's a design. You know, so whatever happens in this day election, my take is that the Tinubu will want to make sure that he holds that state, because that will play it will go a long way in his re-election bid. But it's also important to see how even the man who is opposing him is also opposing him as a governor, is now endorsing him as a president. You know, this shows that there's no principle in the Nigerian politics. It is a politics of infrastructure, stomach infrastructure. And that is why it has become war. You know, so when people say, why do Southwest this become war? This is part of it. You know, so that's my take. Eventually, he might win, but.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I will be going out because my battery is down, and
all right,
I'll be watching on the from the other side.
All right,
Chris, go and charge your battery.
Well, there's no this thing in Nigeria.
Oh, you're in Nigeria. No wonder.
All right, Chris. Thank you so
much. I will
much.
Go and do it now.
Okay. The flagship. All these UK returnees, they're complaining. Masca is not complaining. The flagship, go ahead.
Well, Rudolph, you know, with reference to the Osun election, I'm surprised at three different groups of people. The first being the senator that issued that threat, and the second is the police department, and the third is the people. And the one that really baffled me most, the reaction that baffled me most, is that of the people, that after such a threat was issued, they clapped, chanted, and cheered for it. And then when I think about the incumbent party, or the governor, Adeleke, on sit, now I think he did, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, did he not endorse Tinubu as his candidate of choice for presidential before this election?
Yes, I think he did.
So I'm a little bit confused at that move. I'm not sure what he was aiming at, endorsing the APC as his party of choice. The Accord Party is a small party, and from what I've heard, it really doesn't have that much structure in Osun State. So this election would be a big battle for them to sort of win against the APC. That's their big challenger or biggest challenger. I'm lost for words, but I'm thinking at this point that it seems like whatever is being done to get the people to see the brighter part of governance in Nigeria, it's like the effort is not strong enough. and the people will do or sway in whatever direction that they push them to. And I think you mentioned at the beginning of the show that the price or cost price for vote buying has just increased from 10,000 to 25,000, perhaps because of inflation. I'm not too sure. And then you ended your statement before you opened the question up for discussion by saying that's just the way it is in Nigeria when it comes to election. These are very, very concerning and sorry situations that the nation finds itself. And that this Osun election being the last before the major election coming up in January to dictate the tone of what will happen, and having seen the rhetorics, the threats, the oppression and so on from every quarters, it really kind of almost puts a sad tone to what the outcome of the 2027 election would look like. So considering all this, I really do not think, I think I want to stand on the side of Masca. I really do not think that one should put enough or too much energy as to whatever the outcome of this result will be like. And I agree that even if the people vote for their candidate of choice, because of the way the system is set up as we speak today, the opposite might just be who would be put on board to be announced as the winner of the election. So that the people go to vote, they stay there to ensure that their votes are counted, they protect their votes, they transmit the vote in their presence from the polling stations or collation center to where it will be finally collated by INEC. What happens at that point where the people are no longer there to protect the vote and ensure that what was collected or counted at the polling stations is actually what's going to be announced at the INEC center is the biggest challenge. So it's beggars belief right now, whatever the result is that will be announced in the next few hours, maybe in a day. I just hope that the people's mandate, whatever it is, turn out to be what they actually project as the winner, or who they actually project as the winner of the election.
All right, thank you so much, the flagship. More results are coming out. People are reporting that about 70-something% of the results at the ward polling units have been uploaded. People are going through them. Well, hopefully we will get a good picture before the show ends. Show, welcome to the show. I will hear from KJ, stay humble, and then Show will give us updates. He is the one that follows Twitter or X. I'm a Facebook person. Okay, KJ, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I just want to say, no matter how you look at it, the result of today will determine what will happen in the next election. Because if the power that be succeed in what they are trying to do, it will ginger them more to be able to do the same thing when the election comes in January 11. Sometime January 2027. My challenge is this, you see, it's like a bully who is attacking, and you leave them, and they continuously to gain strength and braggadociousness to even do much more. Now, here is what is going on. Tinubu and his team have told themselves that Osun is for the take, and the power that be played here is the power of their delegates and the man. I've forgotten what his name is. So they want to establish superiority or supremacy, and so they are going all out to do whatever they can do to achieve that result. The people of Osun generally, I think they like this governor, and I agree with what Masca said. It's not because I'm not agreeing that he should be returned to power because he's doing well, or he's going to do better than the other person, or anybody at all is interested in the people's welfare. But I think this governor has a bit of a chance because he's not coming from abject poverty. And so it's a bit easy for him to take it a little bit gentle with the pulse of the people. But at the end of the day, what I am asking for is that the right thing should be done. Let there be free and fair election, and let the winner be declared. Let it not be through thuggery. Let it not be through coercing. Let it not be through using the apparatus of the government to deal with your opposition. It's not going to help us. It's not teaching us anything new. But of course, I know you cannot change a person's character in one day. So a person who already believes in doing things wayo GPT, there's not how that person is going to change because of one election. And a person who does not care what you think is not going to also change the person's desire to continue to do evil. And that's what I see in this case. This individual have told himself, well, they already say I'm a Jagaban, so I continue to do Jagaban in all my ways. Somebody has to call it off. And I think the delegates are ready to call that bluff off. I hope that since they've been able to control voting to a large point, that there has not been so much of rigging so far, let them also control the results. And that's where the problem is. You can control everything goes well, and then eventually the collecting officers are now the ones who control the final result. And whatever plays out here, I tell you, it's a testing ground for what's going to come. So the OB people and every other person who is interested in bringing about stability and good governance in Nigeria should watch what is happening now. You see, there's one method they are using which people have not been able to find how to deal with. They either reduce the number of the population of that environment. Like in one of the polling stations, just the people whose names started with A and B. Okay, A to C. That's the only people that can see that their names are there. If your name is anything less than that, you will not be there. And so many of the people who were there, they were stranded. Their names are not on the register, and they couldn't vote. You see, this is what they've been doing. Or they take the names of people in polling zone A and take it to zone D. So there's no way you can communicate and bring zone D to this place. So when you get there, you are stranded. You don't know where your number is, where your name is, and consequently, you can't vote. And I've said this over and over. If I'm banking with GTB and I'm in Lagos, I can walk into any GTB bank or into any ATM and still withdraw my money. It's my money I'm going to withdraw. I'm not going to withdraw another person's money. How big it is so difficult for Nigerians to walk into a polling station and just cast votes without having necessary to go look for their names. So these are where the manipulations are built in, so that they can keep holding the people, by the jugular, so that people cannot exercise their right, without having to struggle for it. The question we should ask ourselves: why is it that everything in Nigeria ends up with you suffering before you can do it? No matter what it is, you suffer. To get ATM, you suffer. To get IN or whatever they call it, you suffer. To get national ID card, you suffer. To get even your child's national birth certificate, you suffer. You go and queue up, and everything you have to suffer for it. Okay, you do to get your driver's license, you suffer. To get to go and renew your vehicle party class, you will suffer. To go pay your simple NEPA bill, you will suffer. Okay, so we must have to find a way to reduce the level of Nigerian suffering so that things can be done. Let me tell you, the major thing they're going to use that now that they know Nigerians are ready to fight for the next election, they're going to make sure that people's names are not found. Then somebody will say, you were saying earlier that why does the pastor not activate that 65 million people to come to the polls? Because if he does, even if they do activate them, they will not be able to pick up their voters register, card, because majority of them will not find voters card. You saw a video we played 2 weeks ago where the people were asking them to bring 2,000 naira before they can collect voters card. So there are agents like that who are out there looking for just one small way to make sure that the system does not operate optimally, and we'll have to watch out for those ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Stay Humble. If he's staying humble,
He's not. Oh, he's staying somewhere.
All right, he's busy on the phone. Stay humble. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So regarding the election, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was a bit distracted. But the first video that you played, I was going to ask if anybody here on the panel knows what they're going to do with the voters card they were collecting from the, from the prospective voters. Do you know what they're going to do with the voters card?
Do you want answer? Or do you,
yes. Yes. We know. They're going to put it in the hand of their people who will vote multiple times. We know what they're doing with it.
Okay. So apart from that, they also want to totally disenfranchise those people. Because you know what happens in Nigeria. I've explained it once here. They said a particular polling unit, for example, has 500 registered voters. In actual sense, it might be 200 living people. And then maybe the 200 people will come out, or maybe 150 people may come out to vote. That is 75% attendance, right, or compliance. But because they have already inflated the register, they will say that it is 30%. So 150 over 500 is 30%. Whereas in actual sense, if there are actually 200 voters, then actual voters, that's 75% compliance. And that was what we recorded in the other election. But because all the register is manipulated, it's fake, it's overinflated, and all sorts of things. So, so they will disenfranchise people, they will collect their voters' cards, and then what they will do is that if the 150 people come out and they vote, you have 350 remaining. So they fill up the 350. So regardless of who you voted, they will manufacture figures for whatever they want. And that's how they win elections. And that's what they plan to do in the South. Because for them to actualize that in any locality, the gatekeepers will allow them. And that's what you have in the North. For people who are angry, that's your business. But that's what happens in the North. And because the gatekeepers in the North, this time around, might not tolerate it. That's why people are afraid that, oh, this so person might not get anything from the North. So back to Osun State, somebody made a comment, very unreasonable comment, I must say, that the reason that Adeleke will win the election and the Tinubu will allow him win so as to portray himself as a Democrat. I don't know how some people just think like it, because when actually Nigeria becomes a proper nation, if ever possible, or maybe whatever nations emerge from Nigeria, and we even have a proper educational system, a good number of people that actually make all these comments will be in primary school, at the primary school level. That's their level, really. Because how could someone who is big enough to come to this stage make such a comment? So another thing that I want to point out is this. Please, Dr. Damages, when next you invite the, let's say, presidential hopefuls, governorship candidates to this forum, because I know you would want to do that, which is very commendable. It's good. Invite them to this platform and interrogate them. But what I don't want you to do is to toe the old path. What is that old path? the old path of asking, when your father was in Ijebu primary school, did he wear white socks or black socks? When he was wearing, how did he wear it? Please, let's be commonsensical this time around. There's so many vital questions to ask these people when they come in. If you don't know what to, if we don't know what to ask, anyway, what you might do, because there are so many facets, there are so many areas of life. We have healthcare, we have youth development, you have women development, you have sports, you have education, you have, these are the things that you should ask these people coming in across board, whether presidential, governorship, what have you. When you interrogate someone, about the plans for education, interrogate them as if they would be the minister for education or as if they will be the commissioner for education. What you might also do is that you might have panelists. You might assign people. Maybe someone will take healthcare, for example. Another person may take education. Another person do research on it and ask these people essential questions, not the kind of questions the sheuns of this world and what have you, they ask, waste time 80% of the time, just beating about the bush. Let us start doing the right thing. Let us start interrogating people properly. And if you choose me if you want me to volunteer to interrogate these people properly, and I will be very happy to do that. If I have the opportunity today, for example, to interview Mr. Tinubu, I probably might not even ask him about his certificates or anything. I probably might begin by asking him, do you know the number of hospital beds in Nigeria? They should know that. But you will not be surprised that 99% of politicians don't know, and they don't ever want to know. But these are the questions we'll begin to ask. Primary healthcare, primary education. There are a million questions you could ask those people. And when we start asking, then they might not be expected to know everything, but it will inspire them to actually go do their research and come up with, credible plans. So that was what I wanted to drop today. It was an inspiration I had this afternoon, and that's the reason I came up.
Thank you so much. Stay humble. Anytime we get Tinubu, I will call on you to help me work on that. And actually, with Mwabufo coming up in 2 weeks on the 23rd, if you guys treat him well, maybe we'll tell Tinubu to come and talk to us. So we are halfway there.
We will not interrogate
special assistant.
Boys. We will not interrogate their boy. We have no business with their boys.
No, why? They are the ones speaking for the government. If you are waiting for Tinubu, then you are not serious about talking to the people in power. You have to talk to them. After Mwabufo, maybe we get Bayo and then Buala and then Tinubu will come.
No. If Mr. Tinubu will not come, that's okay. Let's not focus on one person, and let's not make it look like it's just one candidate or two candidates. There are many candidates contesting. Let's make it look like those people are actually serious people. Because if we take them seriously, then they will be serious. All right. The reason why they are not serious is that sometimes we are not serious.
All right. Thank you so much. Stay humble. Show. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to everyone else on the panel. I salute you all, and I greet the people in the comment section as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you saying that I was going to give updates on the election. I've not really paid attention to the election. I told you I had a few guests come in, so I've not paid attention. Since you mentioned it, I've just checked to see if there's anything. All I'm saying is people are saying it's very close. There's no runaway winner at all at this point. So from all accounts, it's very close. I can see Davido tweeting at the president saying they're trying to withdraw the security forces in Osun State so that chaos can ensue. And he's saying that they're trying to say it's tweeted a few rubbish, and the people from the APC side are tweeting as well. So they've just been having this Twitter back and forth, which doesn't really tell you one way or the other, where the election will go. But I think I'm surprised that we're waiting for the results. I mean, it's exciting to wait for it, but we know that our elections are decided in courtrooms anyway. So regardless of who wins, this is going to go to court. Then they'll go to Supreme Court, they'll go to appeal court. Then it will end up in the Supreme Court. So whoever wins would declare, celebrate. The loser will go to court. So it's almost a point, that I'm at the point where I'm thinking it's a waste of money organizing these elections. Let's just go to court and just go trash it out in the court. Let's keep the election. I know they would say bring the, evidence and all of that, but it's almost a waste of time. And what I actually wanted to say, before you mentioned that is there are a certain group of Nigerians. I don't like them, and I don't hide it. And I know they don't like me as well. They have a lot of things to say. I'm looking for friends. I'm looking for love online. I'm looking for people to like me, endorsement, as if I don't have a life outside of this, internet spaces. There are a group of Nigerians who would see the videos you've shown today, where that woman, Erarike, whatever she's called, the one sharing rice and all these other things, they will see that, and it does nothing to them. It doesn't annoy them, doesn't anger them, doesn't bother them. They would hear news of people that have been unalived in the process of this election, and they will tell you, oh, it's a process. Nigeria will get there someday. It's almost like their conscience is dead. And this is not me attacking APC, because it's not just them who do it. But you see elections, and before elections, you can almost guarantee that people will be killed. Rice will be shared. That woman was saying, if you collect our rice and you go and vote for somebody else, your children would amount to nothing in life. She was now saying, oh, this other group of people, Allah Salatu, some, Muslim women, I don't know how to, but it's a group of Muslim women, Allah Salatu, she's saying that, oh, the way they eat, the way they beg for things, it's almost like they've never eat. It's the way she was degrading people because of how many cups of rice she was giving them. She said, Mrs. Oyetola, that is the wife of a current minister, the wife of the former governor of Osun State, sent me to give you this rice. She told me to give you 1 pack. I'm giving you 2 each. So I've added mine. I basically doubled what she sent to you people. You ask the question, where's EFCC in all of this? But all these things I'm saying, people have something negative to say about it. I don't know how this can offend anybody, that we're saying, let us clean up the process. Whoever wins, wins. Nobody's looking for clean, in that sense, election. There would be few things here and there, but not the way we're saying rice being handed out, being promised as election. That is voter inducement. You're giving them rice, you're giving them cash, you're giving them gari, you are throwing food out of vans to people. Just before election, there's a video of another woman whose husband was to be governor of Nasarawa State. Also APC, somehow, it's them. With words of cash, 500 naira, mint, as we call it. And she's handing out to people. The husband is a current senator, and he wants to run for office of governor of Nasarawa State, handing out cash before an election. If you ask questions, all of a sudden you are the enemy of the state, you hate everybody, you don't like. No, what part of your being agrees with such things? You will claim that we hate Nigeria, we demarcate it, but you are defending things like this that can be seen on the internet by the whole world. But you claim that you are the ones who love Nigeria, you love the country, so anything Nigeria does, let's just say it's okay. We all need to criticize this, whoever is doing it. You can have a free and fair election, as we like to say, and your party can still win. I mean, who are they contesting against anyway? Ademola Adeleke, who is he? What has he done? He's a guy that you can defeat easily. But the fact that you need, or you think you need to start doing this sort of classless, I guess this is where when they say poverty has been weaponized. They've weaponized poverty to the point that you give somebody 5 cups of rice and they would say they will vote for you. You can tell them to their face that if you collect my rice and don't vote for me, your children will amount to nothing. And they agreed to such. We need to elevate it. Because I know people would easily say, oh, America took 400 years. Are you telling us to take 400 years? We need to speed things up. I'm not saying we need to be American standard tomorrow, but if left to you guys, some of these guys, we will be in the same position in 200 years. Because as far as they're concerned, as long as it's not a sport, it's not sport that you play. Somebody who is bribing to win a political office, that tells you they have no good intentions for the people. So how can you watch these things and you say it is okay? I'm not attacking any party now. APC will do it, PDP will be caught doing it, SDP will be, everybody is doing it. So me, I'm speaking as a Nigerian who want to see it work. And if it's not going to work, maybe just tear the whole thing apart. You know, I don't know if that will solve this sort of problem. That's the thing. I don't even think tearing it apart will solve this sort of problems. We're so used to bribing and, you know, paying your way to get everything. Let the men or the women contest based on what they've done. Someone like Adeleke should be campaigning on what he has done for the last 4 years. Someone like the one that's trying to come in should be promising them, this is what I'll do better. I listened to their debate. I watched it, and it was such a waste of time. I call for debate, but that shows you how unprepared these guys are. The sort of things they were saying, you're thinking, sorry, if you get intelligent, smart, well-educated 17-year-olds, they will do better. I listened to that debate. It was a waste of time. And that's why probably they don't want to debate, because that, you know, they'll put their feet to fire and make them answer questions. Maybe like Stelbo was saying, answer questions. They were just going around about and just talking a lot of BS. God I beg you, to those of you supporting this, maybe someday, or maybe when you guys are in your places of cocoon, maybe you see the truth, because I can't imagine you see these things and you genuinely go to bed thinking, yes, that's it, that's the way it should be done. Maybe when you're not outside, you know, you wash your dirty linen in private, you surely cannot love Nigeria and endorse what we see. I don't think so. You cannot. Rice. To give people rice, to vote for you. Rice. No, we need to do better. Honestly, collectively, we need to do better. Something has to give.
All right. Thank you, Sho, for that.
Can I add to what Sho just said? Sho, I understand what you're saying. It's quite frustrating when you think about it. But don't forget that there is a lost generation, actually, several generations that have been lost between 1960 and maybe 10 years ago, I would say. And it's these folks that are lost that you see that are propagating this nonsense that we're talking about, which you have highlighted here, where rice is what will determine the next 4 years of your existence in your country, that you will stand in line to collect. Bad education is another part that is resulting in this. There's a whole lot of, if we have to salvage in any way, shape, or form, whatever remnants there is amongst this 4 or 5 generations that are lost, it would take a whole lot of reorientation, and it starts from the mind. And that's not an easy task. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, it's not something that is highly propagated and celebrated, where the minds of the people will have to be regenerated or renewed. Until that happens, we will continue to see that in the next, unfortunately, 40, maybe 50 years from now, people are still going to be standing in line to get that bag of rice, until the kids that we have now, who are the 10-year-olds that are beginning to see the world differently and have access to information that have been held back from the lost generations that are still in existence now, it may very well be these kids that will turn things around. But for those that are here right now, the next 40, 50 years, will still be in line collecting bags of rice in exchange for votes. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to get the minds of the people renewed and salvage whatever can be salvaged so that we have some little proofs to show to the kids that are coming up today of how things need to be done, like it's done in other climes or parts of the world where we are.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say one last thing on that. While we try to do this, because it's a collective effort, like I said, you're going to do your part, I'll do mine, and I'm hoping that, millions of other Nigerians will do that. Just know that we have a small battle on our hands before we get to the people. We are contesting against other ideas and opinions, because someone's just said in the chat now that I'm looking for a sanctimonious election, and that can only be found in heaven. So what is sanctimonious election that I'm looking for? An election where people are not killed, where people can go out, cast their vote for who they want, and go home. That's all I'm asking for. Where elections is not where you impoverish the people to the point where you can give them peanuts to vote for you. That's all I ask for. But that has been termed as sanctimonious and can only be found in heaven. And this is from somebody who's well-educated, who's well-traveled, exposed, I like to assume. But this message is also being pushed. So just to let you know that when we meet the people and try to talk to them, just know that there are other forces you're contending against, or that will be contending against. Because for someone to say that, what have I asked for? Election where people go out and don't fear that they can be maimed, killed, harassed, that's sanctimonious in someone's book. God help all of us.
All right, thank you, Sho. Let's go to Jefferson. Jefferson, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we're talking about the election in Osun State. I was thinking about 1999. If you draw a graph, the trajectory of elections in Nigeria, how will it look like in your eyes? Do you think we are making progress, or we are going down the drain, and what do you expect will happen in 2027? So that's a contest. Also, you can weigh in on that video. People have mentioned his role in this election. His uncle is one running. And what do you make of that? Go ahead. Sure, you are.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the contest. We all agree from 1999, of course, that was Nigeria's democracy. Trying to make it right. Of course, they had something prior to during the premier time, but it was a new form of democracy. Now, if you look at it, a lot of things were not done right, but there was still some form of ethics of engagement at the time. So PDP was the first party. They did what they thought was accurate. They tried their best, they won elections, and even during the time of Yar'Adua, when he assumed office, he knew that the process was faulty. He acknowledged that the process was faulty. But yet he's tried to give Nigeria the best. So, looking at all these contests,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
So sorry. Looking at all these contests, right? You will realize that of course, Jonathan's time they did election. We all know what happened. Basically, APC came with the guys. They want to do something different. Do you understand? They came and said they want to do something different. And it was a problem. When they came, they took power, they took office, and unfortunately, they started doing the very same thing that PDP was doing, if not worse. If you don't support APC, you are a bad person, or you must align. People are being cajoled. So that's the area we're in right now. I don't really have anything to say about this election. If people don't want to say it as it is, me, I will say it as it is. I will say it, me, Jefferson will say it as it is. You see, this administration, they are a disgrace. They are a curse to this country. I will say it. I'm saying it openly without fear of favor. And the reason I'm saying that is because what they are doing is not right, and they know what they are doing is not right. They are not asking for too much. Just do a free and fair election. If Jonathan did not allow the process to be free at the time, he will still be in power today. And maybe APC will not even think of even rising in office. They all called him out of his name. They say he was a weak man. They say he doesn't have he's not as powerful. They wanted a powerful leader. We had a powerful leader for 8 years. What did he give us? You know, he didn't give us anything. And what is happening in Osun is a shame, because people think that because people are humble and want a fair process, other people think they can talk their way and beat people up. How will it have been if every Nigerian was holding a gun and knife we're holding, so that when they come, they will fight themselves? What is it going to be? What is going to be the result of it? Do you understand where we are going here? Because that is because as it is, the APC as a party is actually provoking Nigerians. And if they don't do what is right to correct and salvage the situation, I'm telling you, even that 2027 they are looking for, it might not be as smooth as they think it is. I am telling you the truth. It's not going to be as smooth as this. In fact, I will even tell you for free, danger is ahead. If Nigeria knows what's good for them, they better get it right. That is my own opinion, my own personal opinion. The leaders know what they're supposed to do. They are not doing it. They are not giving people basic governance. People are not asking for too much, you know. But because of the hardness of the heart, we are all seeing the result of what we are seeing today. So for Davido, he's speaking because he's a celebrity and he wants the best for the nation. But at the end of the day, he's only doing what he can. Even though I know that the Adeleke too family, they still were supporting Jagaban at the time. So they're all in it together. My own is that what I want to say in a nutshell is that the process, you see, this process, the electoral process is a disgrace. And of course, I'm not surprised about it because people were literally throwing bread during the Ekiti election. So I'm not actually surprised about this process, what the outcome of it. It just shows you that when people are in provision, they don't have a voice. They can just give us anything they like. But it doesn't last forever, because one day, the people that they are throwing bread to will rise against these very people who think they have it all. And empires have come and gone, and nobody knows tomorrow. This is why I will stop at this. This is where I will stop my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jefferson, for that contribution. Let's go to Ose. Ose, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, thank you. KJ, I see you. I think impoverishment of the people is an intentional mechanism by this government. And that has started since Buhari. So Jefferson is not far from the truth. I've always said that allowing Tinubu to get into that office is the biggest mistake the Nigerian people have made. And they will suffer for it. Because, like I always say, the issue of the person, the personality, the trajectory does not lie. And Tinubu has constantly shown Nigerians that power is not given a la carte. It's either you grab it, you take it, and you run away with it. It's not that in Lagos. Since this guy came to Lagos, the Lagos political history has never remained the same. It has become one unnecessary death after another, people disappearing, and thuggery. These are known facts. But Nigerians try to, Nigerians are still, they're very funny people. We are very funny people, hilarious, comical, historical people. For multiple reasons, we deny the obvious fact. We see something and we are denying it. That's who we are. So I'm not here to talk about Adeleke or Davido. He's just trying to keep his family in power. It's about elitism. It's about nepotism. And average Davido does not care. Charity is not citizenship. Anybody can do charity. I do charity. I do that too. I do philanthropy too. Anybody can do that. What is the index of Adeleke today in Osun State? If you want to go by development index of a governor of a state, Can we say that Adeleke has crossed all the boxes or checked all the necessary boxes? Probably not. Probably even far worse. So what can we say in this context? I'm not talking about Akpabio. Akpabio is a known criminal. Again, going back to Tinubu, who has intentionally been able to circle himself with people like him. But my concern here today is people of Osun and Nigerian people who have been so intentionally disenfranchised, impoverished, and also dehumanized. As I speak to you today, an average child in Nigeria does not even have electricity for 24 hours. In the 5G spectrum, that is the meaning. That is the meaning. So what's happening in Osun today is a grounding base for what we should expect in the next election and the upcoming ones, because it's going to be a do or die affair, like it's always been with the APC, because it's a take it all mentality. The philosophy is not about commune bonum. The Latin man will say commune bonum, the common good. It's not about the common good. It's about keeping themselves in power, actively suppressing the people and stepping on them. I don't care about Adeleke. I don't care about Francis. I'm looking at the penury that we are creating. We are creating monsters. We are creating monsters. I bet you the damage is nothing is going to happen to the person that said go and eliminate them, kill them. Nothing will happen to him. Because let's not forget, the last election, MC Olubunmi made the same comment. He made the same comment. Later I came out and said, I was talking to Iya Ifoma. Nothing happened. The police came out and said he was joking. Nothing will happen to him. So what we are seeing today in Osun State and what is unfolding, what is unraveling in Osun State is the precursor for what's going to happen in the presidential election. And Nigerians need to understand that the political class, irrespective of your affiliation, your proximity, your propinquity, or your alignment, the political class is not there to propel or promulgate your wish or your well-being. It's about themselves alone. So what we are dealing with is a continuation of colonialism by our own kind. And that is the worst form of colonialism in the world. When you are being suppressed and oppressed by your own kind is the worst of all. So I'm not really happy with the unfolding of events today in Osun. It's abhorrent, it's despicable, it's luciferious, preposterous. You cannot tell me that in a country that produces qualified scholars every year cannot conduct an election conducively. We have to eliminate people. We have to kill people. We don't even have any sense of morality. We see that on TV. And this is coming from a supposed scholar, a supposed chair of the immigration. Francis, who is the senator in the House, has no decorum. He has no decorum. Says that publicly. He has no decorum. And the people are consuming that. What does that do to the psyche of the people hearing that? Nothing will happen. So we are living in a modern day Armageddon. And Nigerians will keep denying onto the reality. I call this speculum, until the speculum, fills them on their faces. So we are very unprepared people. We are lost in the spectrum. We are dangling on fire, and we are working on eggshell. We cannot conduct election. We are killing people in this time and age for election in Nigeria. And we can have we are so morally bankrupt, morally deficient, and we come and we talk about all this. I don't even know where to start talking from. But this is not looking good for any Nigerian. And like I will say again, without any form of ambiguity, so it could be clear as the day, audible to the deaf and visible to the blind, that this Tinubu and the APC shenanigan is going to be our biggest failure if nothing is done about it. What am I saying? I encourage every Nigerian to be more conscious and more aware of the implication of this continuation of these morally bankrupt people who think that the Nigeria as a country belongs to them. 50 million people does not belong or do not belong to Tinubu or to Akpabio. By statistic, the question is, what has Adeleke done? What has they done? That's the question. I leave it there for now.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to leave the topic where we stopped. I saw a comment by Brickhouse Capital, kind of suggesting, I'm not quoting him, I made it, I highlighted it at one point, that the plan is to have Adeleke win so that Tinubu will be seen as a Democrat, and that will boost his chances in the upcoming election. I think someone made reference to that, and I'm thinking, if that is the plan, why is nine governors from APC in Osun State trying to push for what? The other story in the news that I want us to also connect to all these things, there's this group of 100, G100, who are pushing for the opposition parties to come together and present one candidate. Do you think that is a possibility at this point in the game? Is that acknowledgement that they cannot individually defeat President Tinubu in the upcoming election? So we'll touch on that when we come back, and we will do the rant. And I want you to think about what you are going to rant about. There are so many issues in the news, including the fact that Nigeria's Security Council, people in charge of the security, like the National Security Advisor, they came to America. They met with the American counterparts, and they talked about security in Nigeria. That is, someone raised an important question. Where is ADC and NDC in Osun in terms of the results we've been seeing? I see ADC in that, in some of the results I've been seeing, but I don't see a lot of NDC. As for Shore's party, I don't see most of the number of votes they are getting in the ward and in the polling units. But we will touch on all those before we go and do the rants. But let's take another few minutes of break, and we'll be right back. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying. This is 90 Minutes Africa. I wanted to say that in tomorrow's 90 Minutes Africa, I want to, for those that are joining us, we are going to have as our guest Dr. Fidelis Barrow, who is a cardiologist and novelist, professor of medicine at Northeast Ohio Medical University. We join us to talk about how to maintain a culturally balanced and fulfilling life in the diaspora. So if you can join us tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time or 1:30 p.m. In New York, you'll get a chance to hear him and have a conversation with him about the challenges that we face when we live outside our home country. And he will also talk about politics issues in the news, as we do every Sunday. I mentioned also that in 2 weeks, on the 23rd, we have finally somebody from the Tinubu's government joining us here to tell us why what Tinubu has accomplished and why he should get a second time in office. So we're going to have Frederick Mwabufo, who is a senior special assistant to the president on public engagement. He will be our guest on August the 23rd. Someone on the comment section already said that he won't show up, but I'm in touch with him and he's excited to come and tell us what has been going on. And hopefully after him, maybe Tinubu will join us. We have plans, let me just say this, we have plans to talk to presidential candidates. During the last election, we approached all of them. We had a few of them join us. We are going to do the same thing this year. So we have plans to talk to them, including P2B, down the road as soon as the campaign starts. So we are making our inroads, talking to their people, and hopefully we will get most of them to come here and tell us why we should vote for them in the election. All right, so quickly, let's do the final touch on some of these topics. Where are the opposition? I saw Shore in Osun State. I thought his party will, use that as an example to show. I didn't see much of an impact. And thinking about that. So what do you guys think about the show of the opposition? P2B's party, NDC. I don't think I saw any votes for. Do they have a candidate in the election, by the way? Who knows? KJ.
I'm not sure. I don't know. But I'm also one of those surprised that they don't have any strong showing in the Osun election. And that also brings me to the fact that, you see, there's constantly they are always roasting corn. Corn is being roasted every time. Now, in this 9th hour, somebody comes and tells them we have a group of 100 that are now going to try and bring in one candidate. That's surely a recipe for confusion. I say that more because, you see, Atiku's ambition is not going to allow him to allow anybody who is credible to emerge from that arrangement. I don't want a situation where they will now even further make it confusing that P2B accepted or didn't accept, or they will now begin to preach another. He's just ambitious, doesn't want anybody to do this thing. I don't think, and anybody, even those who, if you wake the dead, they will tell that Atiku cannot win this election. Atiku will not, read my word, read my lips, win this election. So the more we try to bring this confusion into the opposition, which is what has probably have happened in Osun State, even though it's just like going to contest against Alex Oti in Abia State, my state. What are you going to do? What are you going to tell people? You don't have any campaign anything to campaign about, So going to say you want to be the APC realized that I said this on this platform. What happened to the man, the Benjamin? Why did he run away? Because the other people told him, both those in his community and outside, that you will lose, and you lose big time. So it's better for you to keep your position in the house and remain there. Don't come and tell us you want to run for governorship in Abia State. So in the same vein, if you go back and listen to people from Osun State, they tell you that, yes, this man may not have done as much as they would have wanted, but yet he has been better than other ones who have even tried. And the only thing they are campaigning against him is that he think governance is dancing. So if that's the way the man like to find joy, why do you want to stop him from dancing? Okay, you think governance is dancing? That's the only campaign strategy you have. Does his dancing stop him from going to the office and doing what he needs to do? Osun people say that this man is the one who has made more roads. They've been able to tar their roads and make inroads into their local areas much more than any other person. Osun people say this man has been able to pay salaries continuously without having to cut corners like Aribu Shala used to do, or they did. They were arranging to pay people half and half. Osun people say this man, since he came, they have stabilized some form of security and all that. Things have become much, much better than it was with them before. Are we saying Nigeria have become good? No, we are saying that this man, according to the ordinary man in the street, not according to the writings of the different media, that the things are better for them more. And they seem to want to go with him next than to go with any other person who is coming in only because you want to use the liberty that Tinubu is a Yoruba man and is an APC to take over the state. The more people are sincere, again, I can say this much because I follow the policy of governance in some part of the country, like the Benue guy. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to come back because he himself has been playing all kinds of nonsense politics that the people in Benue don't want. So, but for this particular individual, his people have spoken clearly. And if they don't use the federal might, Adeleke will beat them hands down without any ambiguity. And that's where we stand. I don't know if I make myself clear. Going to contest against Alex Oti is like just going to hit your head against the rock. The people themselves will chase you, just like the people themselves that are the ones defending the votes now in Osun, not the government, not the police, not the army. The people themselves are standing against the people who want to rig in some places so where they have enough number. So my advice for us would be, come the next election, don't go away when you vote. Stand there and defend your vote. Make sure it is counted. And just like we have said earlier on, if you have a way of monitoring and loading up your result, load it up. You see, I noticed there's a site I went to and they had meters reading as the results are coming in. If we adapt that in a general election, just like they do in the US, as the results are called in other places, you see it filling up. It's filling up until you see. So you don't even need to wait for the government to announce before you know who has won the election, because you see those counts coming in. That way, it will be more difficult for anybody to say, okay, I'll go and read gigs and change the result. And I think they are going to really find it difficult to change this result in Osun because all of us know what they know now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. You mentioned Abia State and nobody should go and contest. We're actually trying to get Doris Ogala to come here and tell us why she wants to be governor of Abia State. Why not? Anybody can contest it.
You can go. I mean, if you are talking about is Doris a candidate? Does she pull any weight? Even in her community where she comes from.
But beyond this, let me just point out also that if a delegate should win, or even the performance so far, we are seeing 81% of the results uploaded we are going to see that people are sophisticated more than we give them credit. If they should leave one party and say the candidate is now in another party and they know to vote for that party. It happened in Abia State during the local government elections. Oti did not run on that label. He ran under a different political party and was able to get people to vote for that party. So sometimes we don't give our people enough credit for what they do. Let's quickly touch on these topics.
Sorry, before you go, I just want to welcome Okwebilo back. I was trying to get his phone number from you to say, let him come back. Our sister Omoye is not here today. Let him come back. They will have one discussion. But since I come back now, thank you, Okwebile. I see you. Your strong man was captured in Osun. The police are with him now. Tell them to go back to.
No, wait. Is it was he arrested?
I think they said police was targeting some people who came from Edo State. I don't know if it's among them.
Oh, okay. All right. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. Greetings, everybody. It's nice to be on the platform.
Yeah, happy to see you. Soccer is over now, so you need to be coming back.
I'm going to talk, then I'm going to do my rant. I already have my rant.
You have your rant. I think we'll go there next after. Ovia, welcome to the show.
On his mandate, I stand.
Yeah. All right.
Tinubu's mandate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mandate, I stand.
Okay, quickly, just to round up on political news, I just want to hear flagship. This is something I think is important. The opposition, not just in Osun State, we didn't see much of them in Osun State because basically it's APC running against Accord, with the Accord candidate being the governor in power. The rest of the opposition parties, we don't see much of them. But there's a bigger picture, which is that the G100, I don't know who they are trying to make all the opposition parties to come together and present one candidate. So it's still a possibility, as we approach the campaign, which will start sometime this month and go through January. What do you make of that in the flagship?
Well, Rudolph, I'm as perplexed as you are looking at Osun State and the oppositions, why they are not there. Because all I seem to hear is AP and APC that's involved in this election. The rest of them, you really don't hear much about. I'm thinking to myself that perhaps maybe Osun State is not one of their strongest states where they have a strong footing in. Perhaps that's why they are not on the ballot, or they are not registering as much votes as expected, which is very concerning to me, because if this is how it's going to play out in this state, how is 2027 going to look like if they do not have any strong presence in Osun State? Their strength and their network is not really felt at all in this election. What they have done and how they've put themselves together across every geopolitical region in the nation is now becoming questionable. If all efforts are put on the presidential election only, at least we should see some sort of effect at the state level in this election, even if they do not have a candidate to run in Osun State. So that one is very concerning to me. I wait to see what the opposition will say about this, most especially the NDC. Yeah, and I know it's a new party, but at least by now, something should have been on ground in these new states, or rather these states with this election. They always say that it's new and they are still working their way up. But it's going to be very difficult if they are opposition, and yet we really didn't see them do much in Osun State. There is a saying that goes thus, that beat me or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's how it goes, right? So I'm not sure why the conversation of a coalition should be coming up again at this time. They've tried it before. They couldn't do it with 4-5 parties that try to come together to form a coalition against the incumbent. What's G100? And who are these people? Why do they think that it will work? I don't see how and why this should be a conversation to be had at this point. It's 4-5 months away from the election. It's too late to begin to think about things of this nature. I see it as just a plot to throw in a spanner in the wheel of whatever each party has got going on. And the focus, I know, would be the NDC, Peter Obi, to try to sway him or to get him to get confused or something that happened that will put them out of the way. It could very well be a plot from the APC as well. So I don't see why G100 should be talked about, thought of, or even considered. I urge Peter Obi as the most formidable candidate in whatever the opposition is called, to forge ahead with what they've got going on. And considering the G100 is a big, big distraction at this time, I don't see how it will work, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And if you will, can I just put in my rant? So I'll just do it all in one and
Okay.
not waste time, please. What I have is pretty much not a rant, but it's a plea. And this plea is to Bishop Wale Oke, or Wale Oke. You command 65 million plus people. That's a force to be reckoned with by anyone, most especially at this time that we're having an election, or going to be having an election in Nigeria. I plead with you, Bishop Oke, to do the needful, to begin to consider how you put a team together to start to educate those 65 million plus people on voter education, election education, so as to get their minds to be focused on the needful come 2027. It is not enough to say that you can mobilize them to get back on the street and get on the buses to preach. That is good. It shows how powerful you are. But I would urge you to say, please mobilize your 65 million people to begin to think in the direction of independence when it comes to voting, so we can cut down on this vote buying nonsense and get things done in the right way, and perhaps put Nigeria in the right position that it needs to be, regardless of whoever they consider their candidates. It's a big force and power that you have in your possession. So I would urge you to use it right, Bishop Oke, to begin to start voter education, election education amongst all 65 million across your churches. This is not about party, it's not about candidates, but it's just about doing the right thing. And I think you have the opportunity to turn things around for Nigeria. That's my rant, Rudolph. Thank you so much for today. I appreciate you.
Thank you, the flagship. I just wanted to make sure you know that you are one of the 65 million people that he has under his. We hope you know.
Well, believe it or not, I'm not, Rudolph, because I'm not there right now. And even if I am, let's do the 64,900,000 plus. Let him talk to them and get this thing right. He's got a strong tool in his hand, and I think he should use it in this election in the right way.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
flagship. Let's go to, I'll come to VA and Man of Prestige, but let me hear from Jefferson. He seems to be unsettled, moving around. So Jefferson, let's hear from you so that we can go to people.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yes, you're right. I'm actually very unsettled. I'm doing a lot, okay. Especially when you're dealing with very youngsters. Let me put it that way.
Mm-hmm. So
my rant is this. I still have expectation. I still have expectations. There's a saying in the holy books that people they hope on their horses and chariots, and that is a very, very big saying. Why am I saying this? People think because they have the government coffers, they have the guns, the knives, the apparatus, they think they're unstoppable. But again, too, it also depends on the willingness of the people to say, with or without your apparatus, we can take you down. So it's both ways. If the people want to make a change to say, okay, look, let us do something different. We cannot continue this. People will, whether it is rice or whatever the inducement, they will fight to the last. After all, Nepal did it. They started, it was from I think whether it's a secondary school or so, it was just a mere statement. And from there, the revolution started. And look at the way most of those leaders were dealt with. The same thing can happen to these our leaders here, because they are doing too much at this point. Nobody wishes for violence or other things. Because if you watch very closely, there are also teams of Nigerians who have been even going to the National Assembly to talk some sense into the legislative so that they can do the right thing in the executive. But for some unknown reasons, we all know everything is all like a galore. And this cannot continue. You know, the diasporas are facing the heat. If you know how much of impoverished Nigerians are being bombarded with phone calls and messages just because they cannot even survive, you won't believe it. It's a big problem. And yet, the same Nigeria, we have all manner of resources. Think about it. All manner of things, but yet we cannot even position ourselves. Even other Asian countries are already being futuristic about what they want to achieve, and businesses are coming to their territories. Our own is like we have not even figured out ourselves. So in the Nigerian context, we just have to understand that we have this governance cannot continue. It has to be taken down. In my own opinion, it's not sustainable. It's not the right approach, and nobody's above the law. I just feel Nigerians need to fight. Everybody needs to put all hands on deck to see what we can do things differently. But if we sit down and fold our hand, no problem. We'll do another 4 years, another 4 years, another 4 years. But like I said earlier, and I will say again, I don't see that happening, because the danger that ahead, even people have been saying it, the danger ahead is not what our mouth can say. Even look at this administration, look at this regime, for crying out loud. We could not even survive within 2 years. We can't survive without hearing gunmen or kidnappings and all of that. And of course, our leader is very, very heartless. He didn't even care about what is happening around. He doesn't care. He's only thinking about ambition and ego. That kind of leader cannot continue for the next 4 years. I'm sorry. If they don't have compassion about what the plight of Nigerians are, then he doesn't deserve to be there. So that's my own take. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. Let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you can talk about what we've been discussing and then your rant, so we can move on to the next.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. That's what I was going to ask you. I'm not going to make too much comment, but I'm going to rant. But let me start with what's going on in Osun State. Osun State is part of Nigeria. So whatever is happening in this election right now, we don't really know what's the outcome. But from what I gathered, a delegate is in the lead, but it's still very close to call. So far, so good from what I see. I know there has been some violence and everything, but it's about time, we grew up from that violent, people being killed. From what I got, at least about 40 or 50 people killed. Most people die in election. We have come so far. We should have been out of this by now. It's not going to take 500 years or wherever for us to get out of this, primitive way of doing things, killing people. It doesn't want it. Human being doesn't want it. But so far, things seem to be okay, from what I'm, maybe Osun State has led, the template about what has the 2027 is going to be. You have to defend your vote. This was something that was promoted earlier, about 2 or 3 months ago, which is called parallel voting. You make sure your vote count, and take the result from the polling station and take it to the, take it to the collection center. Make sure everything, everything is parallel to what you saw earlier. Hopefully, there will be a better way. But so far, in my own understanding, I don't really know what the outcome of, I don't really care about who win, okay? I don't really care about who win. All I care is for us to have a credible election. Somehow a credible election without people being dying. Whether a delegate is doing good for the people, let the people of Osun State decide. That's all I care. I just want something reasonable. We should be out of this, a cave of doing things, not to kill people. It's very, very painful. That's why, I've not been coming in. Things about Nigeria, nothing is actually going on. But anyway, in reference to this 100G or whatever they call it, I don't know how that's going to work. I thought everybody has registered their presidential candidate and their presidential candidate and their vice president. So how are you going to come in to become one, become one party? I don't see that happening in my own opinion. But if anybody is smart, here, can you please tell me how that's going to come? Can they register the vice president and come with a one particular flag bearer? But in a nutshell, I wouldn't advise you to go through that way, because Atiku want to contest. This is Atiku's last chance of contesting. So there's no way Atiku will relinquish that position and say, okay, I'm going to support you. It's strictly my opinion, but I hope I'm wrong. But this particular government we have right now need a very strong position. So let me go to my rant. As a sports fanatic, I always have to make my analogy. when it, with sports and what's actually going on in Nigeria. The waffle, women cup just concluded. Nigeria look a shadow of themselves right from beginning to the end. And it has to do with the same thing going on in Nigeria about this nonsense quota system we have. You have this guy called Madigu, who has no experience. You don't have a single touches about how to play football. The man is nonsense. The one they won last year is because of because of the ability of the gears. It's not because of the man. He has no tactics. And why is he there? It's because of this nonsense quota system. Why must he be somebody from the north? Now, look at Gasol, the NFL president is from the north. So because they said somebody from the south was before, now it has to be the north. Football, this is the problem. We are doing the same thing we are doing in politics. It's not south, not south. One of the best people, now we might go under the NFL, we might go under the FA sanction. FIBA is going to sanction Nigeria because they already warned us about 2 weeks ago that we need to get our act together, or else they're going to sanction us. And I hope they sanction Nigeria. This is what Nigeria needs, because if you look at what's going on, I'm making an analogy, okay? Because what is happening in football right now is exactly what's happening in our politics. Nigeria has never qualified for under 17. They just knocked out us in Abuja, by imagine Burkina Faso. They beat our under 20 by 4-1, and the women lost miserable. It's not like the girls don't have talent, but there's no tactics. The people they put there, people from the north. I'm not here trying to bash the north, but if you don't have the knowledge, don't put somebody there because of you want the northern to have the quota, to have the coach. This is the problem we're having in Nigeria. Politics, everything is dollarized. This is why people like Nigeria, they are supporting Gianni Infantino, because it's going to give them money. Everything is not about the money. So we have a problem. I don't know when this is going to end. It's getting so annoying that sometimes, I need to protect my mental health. That's why I don't come here that much, but because of Dr. Damage and my brothers here, I'm not going to stop coming. I will still be coming because I like conversating. I like learning from people here. It's a very good platform. But Nigerian problem is, Dr. Damage, it's killing me, okay? I need to protect my mental health, but I'm going to still come in, to talk with my brothers, and here, it's always a very good platform. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Thank you so much, man of prestige. You mentioned something very important which we didn't touch on because I don't follow what happens in soccer or football. Our female team, they lost. They didn't make it.
And the coach was mad because the press was questioning him about the tactics that he used. And he said he's going to sue them. He's going to sue the press. Imagine that fat idiot called Madigu. He said he's going to sue the press because they question you about the tactics. You don't have any knowledge about football. He mad that he's going to sue the press. This is the kind of Nigeria we are. But anyway, I'm sorry to intervene. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't know the details, but what I know is that there was this story in the news that the female team apologized to Nigerians. Let me show you guys. We apologize to the president and all Nigerians. We take full responsibility for our performance at the WAFCON. We review our preparation, technical planning, logistics, and overall operations. So at least they came out to apologize to Nigerians that they didn't do well. I saw one game, not that I watched it, I saw the score. They defeated the team 6-0 or something. I thought they were doing well.
No, they beat the lowest ranked team, Egypt. Egypt don't know how to play soccer. Egypt, they beat Egypt 6-2. But okay. Egypt is the lowest ranked team. So don't use that as an example about a good team. Nigeria was disenjoyed when it comes to that soccer. It's not that they don't have the talent. We had the best talent. But when you did Dr. Damage, did you know before the match, there was no preparation. They didn't prepare. They didn't have any matches, before the game. You know what NFL said? Because they don't want to use the money. They said nobody in the world want to play us. Imagine that. Do we have a leprosy or are we the best team? That's what they said. They said, why not arranging a friendly game for them to be a synergy among the players? Because it doesn't matter what kind of players you have. You can have the best players in the world. If there's no tactics from the coach, If you don't play and prepare, just no single preparation. Even one of the matches that was scheduled to be played before the game, they cancel it. And if they come and tell us that nobody wants to play Nigeria, I mean, did they think we are stupid? Because they want to siphon the money. They want to keep the money. They, other team play about 7 or 8 matches, other part of the world. But Nigeria didn't play a single one. I think they only played Senegal. This is where we are. This is all the same thing in politics. That's where Nigeria is not going nowhere. But hey, I love my country. I will keep on, I have no apology about what's going on in Nigeria. I will come here. I will cause them. I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat what's going on. Nigeria is not heading in the right direction. And you are the dodgy president, a criminal there, and you expect a better thing to come out of that country. You have Tinubu there. May God help Nigeria, okay, Dr. Dami. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prestige. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, welcome to the show.
So, you should have my say as a format.
Yeah, I have your say. Don't go there. Have your say, and then on what we discussed, and then your rant. So we discussed, we talked about politics, the election in Osun State today, and you can weigh in on that. The opposition, what they are planning, and what they accomplished during this election that happened today, and go then to your rant.
Yeah, first, I think Man of Press is trying to get explanation for what G100 is about. From my own deck, G100 is the brainchild of the Green Party. For one reason, just to expose the opposition to the public that if they cannot work together, just like what happened in 2013, between the show race, the young of them and Illumina, they tried together, but they come together as that position fall apart. It exposed a lot of them. I think so. The goal of the G100 is the same: facilitate a ticket position, knowing fully where that is not going to work. So, by to get further exposed to Nigeria, they don't mean well for the country and all that. So one or two of those kind that will fall of it. And that's what G100 is about. The election is 16 ground, final test ground before the 2027 election. So my fingers will keep my is minimal to wait for the result, because for me it's not yes, somebody has to be a winner, but it's beyond for me. It's a test for political parties. What have you been working on since 2023? How have you worked in your grassroots organization? What is the next step? So from that, you have to, this is the election to put that in test. Your logistics, your ability to raise funds. So how well you put them to use in this election will go a long way to speak, to project your outcome in 2027, boost your confidence, or we go the other way around. So for me, what I'm looking out for, if this group to have been preaching that the mandate policies that have reached the grassroots, we'll see him for this election. If the man who has been incumbent has been doing well by people, we'll see him. But most importantly, now every other party that has interest in participating in 2027 has to show his report card in this Osun election. Just like a major competition, every athlete is looking for that last competition before the major competition, just to sharpen his skill, the techniques that he or she learned over the year leading to that championship. So that's what I'm looking forward to see, not necessarily who win, how well you organize, all the opposition have agreed that the last election was real. Okay, what step have you taken to make sure that same thing didn't happen, right? So I want to see who among this political party done the needful. We can all skip grammar how we want, we can all be emotional how we want. Today, now to show how that your grammar, how that your emotional outburst has been effective over the years. So the truth is, you cannot read where you are not popular. You cannot read where you have not put machinery in place. You know, go work. If you don't carry your money, if you as an diaspora just land an election, you say you won't go run for election, they go collect your money and you know go get tickets. Because people don't dig ground, we don't they water the ground. So it doesn't matter how you frame your grammar, how you know they work. So this is the true telling point for every political party to show up and show and show. So my rant is based on that. I mean, all of us here, at one point or the other, whether a full Christian or a full Muslim, how do our denomination they get people? How do they do it? If you go any denomination, any religion in Nigeria, we have the best of the best. We have the engineers, the doctors. I mean, anything you can think of that we have in the political party today. But how then did they build their followership? Just like I don't see any redeemer. I will go meet Pansat trying to as a Mansa trying to convince him to become a Christian. It's not going to work. Neither do Mansa do the same thing. So the religion, our religious mechanism, the religious leaders. I remember as a member of Redeem, they go a fishing every weekend. There is constant, reaching out to the unbelievers. They say pray without ceasing constantly. No, be every 4 years that they go preach. Even as big as Redeem is, they still do reaching out pretty much every week. They have sale pretty much every street. They have a way to reach out to the unbelievers. And the same way the political party. Not be to go from platform and platform, they speak grammar, even though the religious now do the same thing, but they do the work. So every political party where they go platform to platform, we are reaching out, they go door to door. Every member of my party there, every family in Nigeria, it go play out. So we can speak grammar all we want. Those days are over. What are you doing on ground? The people want to actually feel your pot. They want to actually see beyond the grammar that you are speaking. That is where we are. We can blame the political leaders how we want. We can blame our leaders how we want. Nothing will change. If I be president today, I will make sure the status will continue because that is easy where we continue in power. Now, common sense, now human being be that. But it's upon those who are looking for power to actually do the needful, spend their resources, use their intelligence to organize the people. We can blame the poor all we want. Tinubu now the problem now. I know be the problem now. The poor people now we can do that all we want. That will not move it. Needle. Until you start circle, this is what I've done from the electoral circle after that year. The day where they swear Tinubu, that day start campaigning. There is politician appointment, and he's still appointing up to today. For a reason. Once I give you appointment, you have to work for the ticket. But what are the opposition doing? Are they reaching out? So, again, grammar is very easy. You can speak it all you want. There is a day you come, you have to put that grammar to text. That's today in Osun. It's coming 2027 for the general election. Now, what do you do? There is no way. If you have let's say any political union organization have a post in your village where people they go there once every week since 2023 that they're going to buy those people with money that they will accept, it's not going to happen because you are constantly there with them. Now it's not about the I'm not talking about the candidate now. I'm talking about as a political party, as a political union, as an organization. That's why I start with church. The same the same people that they reach out to, the same people where redeemers they reach out to. Those are the same people, the political party are the same person. The Catholic people say God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is one. Now, one Nigerian, one person will be Nigerian, and be Muslim, and be Christian. Now you know they believe in anything, they still one. Now you are under that one God, called the president. If you are expecting the president to work for you, you have to be able to tender the president. Say, no, wait with this. Because it is unfortunate we are in a transactional democracy. Pay as you go. So again, the days where they speak grammar that before it translates to the ordinary person, it will take days, months, and many interpretation is over. You know, they work again. So, and again, real time, some useless leaders lead at gullible Nigerians into protesting that, oh, we want real-time transmission. We want real-time transmission. Why is it that I know they see anybody they complain or even draw attention to that? Or it's not happening again? When people go there on platform, they shout, we want real-time results. It is happening right now. Nobody's paying attention to that. Because the intellectual fallacy, now be all those things. Now here we do.
All
if
right.
you believe you work, if now insult you insult leaders from 2023 to now, that insult you go get. Because either you'll be insulted in 2027 or you will continue the insult. It's no two way about it.
All right. So let me just point out to VA before I go to say, I think you are kind of taking this too wide. Even in America here, politicians sometimes they could write off a state. There are some political parties that will write off a state and say, look, this state is democratic state. Even if we fail the candidates, we know we are not going to win. And, so we can use the Osun to say that a party like, maybe Shore's party or that party will not have impact in the general election. And sometimes also if you have, like Trump is not on the ballot coming primaries in America. And Republicans are worried that without Trump on the ballots, that most people might not come out. So there are many other factors that determine the outcome. So we may not have to read too much into this particular election in Osun to say that the opposition didn't do their work, or maybe they didn't have the candidates. I'm hearing from some people that a party like NDC didn't have a governorship candidate in this election. I didn't know that, but I know that ADC they have, and I don't know how much campaign they put into that. So there are other factors that are responsible. So we can't say because of the performance of the parties. Maybe you go to Ondo State and Shore's party will win the governorship election in Ondo whenever they do that. We don't know, but I'm just saying that we have to put it in the proper context. All right, Ose, you're next.
Thank you. I have a few comments and then a question for OVA. Okpebolo, you see, you made a really valuable point. However, there is a huge bit of fallacy. And fallacy in philosophy, we define it as an error in reasoning. You see, my brother, there's an American psychologist called Abraham Maslow. And Maslow gave the hierarchy of human needs, okay? And that lies particularly in the physiological survival of a human being. That's a starting point. It mentioned food, water, shelter, and basic safety. Those are basic stuff that any human being needs to think rationally and normally. Okay, so when you have a government, right, or a political system that fails to guarantee basic subsistence, the guy has run away. But this is a very dangerous ideology. When people lack those basic stuff, there is no way they can reason properly. And trying to say that it's not about English, it's about what have you done. The people can't even rationalize, don't even know what they are missing. So I'm just sad that it's gone, but it's okay. Probably it was another time.
He will be watching. I mean, don't finish
right, because this is a very erroneous opinion. You can't just say that. So you cannot expect a starving person to scrutinize a political ticket or a manifesto. This guy is hungry. He's insecure. He's homeless. So I can come here and shout and do this because I'm secure. At least it's my basic need. The hungry man on the street cannot do the same thing. He has other needs that are more primordial. So he's sustained as a human being. So Okpebolo, with this your ideology, it cannot help us to build a better community. We cannot grow with this type of ideology. Okpebolo, I leave it here.
Okay, you're right.
He's a funny guy. Okay, my right, yeah. I mean, to start from the base with a G100, I see no promising future there. What I see is that it's going to fail the same way ADC is failing and has failed because of three major components. Abubakar, KJ spoke a lot on Atiku. Atiku will never let go. Atiku is an egomaniac. His ego is huge. He will never let go of his political arrogance. Peter Obi, of course, is a political capital by himself. is a huge guy. Kwankwaso is the political hegemony. So I have fears about the ideology. I think it has failed on arrival, and I have no expectations on this G100. But my rant today is gonna be about the future of the Nigerian child in this dispensation. That's my concern. That's my concern. I've been privileged to travel around 3 different continents of the world, and I've seen the way people do their communities. I fear for what 50 years from now will look like for an average Nigerian child. Because not every one of them will have the access to resources that the Westerners will provide. And even racism in the world has never been this huge before in human history. And the Westerners might start closing their doors. They're already doing it. So I'm afraid. I'm afraid for the future of an average Nigerian African child, West African child. What is he going to look like? That is my rant. And I believe that if we do not today start taking the bull by the horn and say we are going to fight this elite, these oligarchs, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a problem. And those kids will look back at our grave and our tomb and spit on us that we've done nothing for them. These are my fears. Apapolo, you are back. Your ideologies are erroneous, fallacious, and not good enough. Thank you.
Now, let me respond to you. But the guy, you that want to fight the oligarch, if you are going to war, what's the first thing you do? You recruit armies, Abi? No, on a more serious note, you are going to war, you have to recruit army, Abi? Why are you guys scared to go and recruit the poor? That's the problem. Nobody says you not fight the elite, but you cannot fight them by speaking grammar. You have to fight them by going down to the dead and work with the dead. Help them clean gutter. When they mourn, help them mourn. When they cry, help them celebrate. For years, those are your foot soldiers, because people will have to die. You know this. I know this. When you actually want to fight these guys who are in power, blood will flow. You know it. And all those your children go fight them. No, you're not going to use your kids. Who are you going to use? Recruit those poor. You are scared of them, but they program, you think things will change. It's not going to happen, my brother. Even here in America, coming to Rudolph, your example that you started about America is wrong, because America are dual political party now too. You either be one or none. But in Nigerian cases today, it's not like that. Matter of fact, the sitting governor had to leave his own political party and join another one before he can get a ticket. Why? Because the party called Accord has structure on ground over there in that state. They not to say they're small. Nobody know Accord party at the national level, but they position themselves. So if you are saying I'm going to bogus, I'm sorry. That's why I classify you among our problem, intellectual, but yet idiot. But don't take the word idiot literally. Because you guys are not ready to do what is actually needed. We want quick action. We are speaking for today, today that we didn't plan for. Man of Prejudice used a classical example about our female football that they did not practice. We can blame the administration when we want. We can blame the government when we want. In a competition, one rule that has to be respected is that if you are not training, your opponent is training. That's what happened to our girls. So if we are thinking that because we are too small, this state is not matter, who are you to say a state is not matter? Have you won a local government as a political party to be saying a state doesn't matter? I mean, these are lazy arguments, for God's sake. Until we do the needful, get our hands dirty, we are not going to take power from these old men. They've been in power for more than 40 years. It is not going to go down by speaking grammar. They will go down splitting blood. We know this. I rest my case.
All right.
Can you give me just 30 seconds to damage? Just 30 seconds, I'm done. You see, you have a misconstrued idea of what structure is because you've been so battered by the non-working system in Nigeria. Structure is not when you've won 200 local government to yourself. That's not how it's working. Look at Peter Obi for example. When he came 3 years ago or a few years ago, this guy never even had a counselor to himself. When the people are well educated about their right as a human being, they can make informed decisions. That's how it works, and that's how it's working. But what I'm telling you,
what you said. When the you said, no, you said when the people hold on.
Hey,
We are saying hold on now.
Ogami, relax. It's my time to talk. Let me finish. I want you to finish. You see what I'm saying? My emphasis on this platform today, my emphasis here is that your government know that a Maslow hierarchy of need, you need it to reason rationally as a rational human being. And they have deprived you of it. And they make rascality look like normalcy to you. They make abnormality look normal to you. That's why you will come here to misconstrue an idea and think structure is a rascality. You are getting it all wrong. That's fallacious. It's our problem to think so. The structure is not thuggery. What you know as politics in Nigeria is not politics. To be politically informed is to make informed decisions about your current lived experience. When you are deprived of home, you have no house on your head, you are living in your car, you can't even afford food, and you are going to vote, you are already deprived of something. That's why when they share rice to you over here, you will collect because you don't have food at all. Your country is a country of rice, for rice, and by rice. It's a country of food. The people are hungry. And you are telling me here that you have nothing about politics over here. You know nothing about politics.
All right.
So what you no, just a second, please, sir. What you understand by politics, right, is a deformed term of political atmosphere. The Nigerian populace are so dehumanized to the extent they can't even reason rationally. So stop thinking about all these things as normal. They're not normal. So my job here today is because I know what it is and I'm coming here to talk. Part of me coming here is what I can do to speak out about the abnormality in Nigeria. So don't sit there and think I'm part of the problem. If I am, I won't come here today and talk. But because I'm concerned for the Nigerian population and for the future of the black race, I'm here today. Spend 2 hours here. Credit me. Thank you.
All right. Hold on. No. We can't do this. We can't do this. No, because I want other people to run. I have also issues with what you said. For instance, wait. Okay, hold on.
That's always the problem. You won't hold on now. Let's go and call up.
Okay, hold on. You are not the only one who has something to say. React to. Yeah.
You are wasting time. Call we are not insulting ourselves. We are not insulting ourselves. We are discussing real issue, and the people are interested in what. Come on, what are we talking about here? Not be saying we insult ourselves. We are actually discussing the root cause of our problem here. So we are actually on course. We know they talk about side issue here. Because whenever I make a point and I put it like it or you go dodge, you say, I say if you want to go where you go recruit people, you never say, oh, that is wrong, right? Now you are saying if the people are informed. Now listen to yourself speaking grammar. If that is the word right there. The people are not informed. What are you supposed to do? You are supposed to go and inform them. Now you use so much word. The people are baptized. This. Those are deliberated. That means they are not spiritual. That means this baptization, this poverty was inflicted by us. You use the example of Abrahamic hierarchy of Abraham Maslow hierarchy of nonsense that you cited. You again listen to a grammar when you speak. That's the job of the leaders. That the leaders know that the job of the leader is to take care of the common man. They know. So for you as a grown man, be expecting another grown man without putting the necessary law in check. Congratulations. If you think I'm supporting the system, I'm not. I am just pointing out the obvious ignorance of you guys who tend to be intellectually about everything that you see. No, this is real. You cannot speak your grammar to the solution. Me and you recognize the problem. We agree that the structure, the system, these leaders are not up to par. But what we disagree on is the solution. You think you can speak your way to the solution? I say, no, you have to go down to the people, recognize them, recruit them, and bring them to the polling if you want to go by voting. It is very difficult to rig when the numbers are outnumbered their efforts. How many people your grandma don't live will lead to the board in Edo State? Me and you get competition come 2028. Let's see how many people your grandma,
Okay,
my illiteracy will lead to the board.
we now come in? I think
arrest my case.
All right. This is why we talk about debates. So give you a chance to actually focus on one.
I challenge her on Friday.
So hold on.
It's a challenge for him. I challenge KJ. KJ failed. I challenge this guy. When we can meet you on Friday.
My brother, no, you don't.
I got Dr. Dameji on Tuesday. Say what is the offer? Tell KJ say I am ready to go. Now nobody do about to me. I ain't scared. So I'm challenging this guy again, Dr. Dameji. In your presence on Friday, I am here.
You don't shave a man's head in his absence.
Hold on, KJ. KJ, hold on. I'll come to you. Ovie, there's a way you speak and you think that by shouting or that there are no opposing views. You mentioned parties in America. There are more than 50 political parties in America. You know that. And yes, they've won different posts, like, there was a governor from Reform Party. So it's not just, you just don't generalize, and you do that a lot, and you jump into conclusions based on one small, okay, no, you know what? I don't want to deviate. We're ranting. I want to hear from everybody. We can then continue in the next show, which Forefathers will host. Let me go to Maska, and then KJ will round up for us. Maska, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, I don't rant. Old men should not be ranting. But, okay, so I will use my time to do two things. The first is to continue to thank you, to appreciate you, and pray to God that may you and your loved ones continue to grow from strength to strength, and may He grant you all your heart desires. Because you're doing God's work, and you're doing it in a good way also. So I thank you for that. The balance of my time I would take to support Ovi, because he's making a valid point, which is the point I was trying to make. What Osewekan is saying is correct, but he's talking abstract. He's not talking about the Nigeria of today, of now. In the Nigeria of today, whether you like it or not, structure is a valid word in politics. And the reason why structure is so important is for the same reason Osewekan is talking. Because these people, this is what we've been saying, these people are not going to bother. The fact of the matter is that, yes, Osewekan is right that according to Maslow's hierarchy of need, the typical Nigerian does not even bother about all these things now we are talking. That's true. But the next step for people like me, Pablo and Osewekan, is to understand that, okay, if these people now are not in the correct frame of mind, what should we do? That's what Ovi is saying. It's for us to understand that, okay, the people that are winning these elections, what is it that they do, and how is it that they do it? We that we are now purporting that we have transcended up along Maslow's hierarchy of need, then we should take the responsibility, put the structures, because those that we see are at the very bottom of the Maslow's pyramid cannot do anything. We must take that responsibility and build the same structure these other people have built, whether we like it or not, whether it's a good thing or not. Or else we'll continue to run in a vicious cycle. Is that what you're saying, Ovie?
May your days be long. It's as simple as that. If we are scared of the poor, they will continue to win. We are scared of the poor because we go school. And the schools, they separate us between if you don't go school, you are not up to par. That's our problem. And they are the majority. The Olodo president are the majority.
Because I just asked you a simple question with you.
Yeah, Yes, you are spot on, my brother. May your days be
Right.
long.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I drop the, well, I hand over the mic now.
All right, thank you. Let's
The
go.
good man, KJ.
Go back to KJ. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maska, and also thank you so much, Osi. And I agree with you. I agree with totally. And listen, I want to say this. The scripture tells us there was a time in Israel when God removed the people of Israel from Egypt and took them into the promised land, into the wilderness while they were on their way to the promised land. He had to teach them the culture of being a human being again. Because at this point, they were doing everything possible. Some of them were even defecating right around their house. God had to tell them, no, see, if you want to defecate, go outside of the camp, dig the ground, finish your business, cover it, because the Lord God may be walking around. I don't want you to see those things. You have to teach them how to relate with their neighbors' wife, their neighbors' goods, everything. Because the people have lost this thing. Why did they lose it? They lost it because they've been so long in slavery, and they've now lost the ability to even think properly as human beings and as what is right and what is wrong. That's exactly where we are today. The Nigerian people, out of poverty, has beaten us to the point where the people no longer are able to even see the good they are trying to do for them. Because a hungry man, the only thing that is good news to him is food. Nothing else. But having said that, there's a way that also is used to get the desired result. And we saw that happen with Peter Obi in the last election, where we were told there were 4 people tweeting in the room. What are they going to do? These are just 4 people in the room. They are tweeting and abusing people on social media. They call them the street urchins. What are the street urchins going to do? But eventually, that street urchins did something that has not been done before in Nigerian history. There's always going to be a time and a season when things will not work the way it has always worked. And so, having built on that, those 6 million votes that was ascribed to him, they are still very much available. Now, we should not, and I say this, those who, like what Okpablo is saying, look, you can get hungry. The worst person to fight, Rudolph, when they are in a fight, is a man who has nothing to lose. Have you ever fought somebody who doesn't care for his life? He has nothing to lose. If he dies, that's all. He doesn't care. So when you get to that point and you are dealing with somebody who has nothing to lose, which is where the Nigerian people have gotten to now, it is difficult to have them under control. Even if you like, give them all the money. What they want to do, they will do it. It's not the money that's going to propel them. Now, this Osun election will show us that example, because they have been dividing money for the past 1 week, and yet the election is turning out to be that the governor is still leading, vis-a-vis how much they've been shared. Even there's a woman giving people juju to swear that if you don't vote for the man, that you are going to die, or whatever she's saying will happen to them. They will collect. Listen, Rudolph, when we were growing up, there was a place in my community where they say if you catch a fish there to eat, you will die. The fish, you don't eat it, you only drink the water from that place. The young men of these days are gone, they have finished all the fish, they are still walking up and down. Do you get what I'm saying, Rudolph? They've gone to that stream, harvest the fish there used to be very big. They harvest it, went home, roasted it, ate it with a good salt and pepper, and they've not died. So what I'm saying that is, and they said that we have come to that point where these people are now saying, you know what, whatever it takes, we're just going to make sure that these people don't remain there. And that's what I'm hoping that will work for Obi in the coming election. As for the people now trying to play another trick on him, if I were his team, because like some of them have said, I will quote Ike here, they're not going to come to this social media and tell us what they are doing over here. That's for you over here. No good person who is planning what they are going to do in election will come to the public forum and begin to tell you what they are going to do. This is one of the problems I had with IPOB. You bring all your strategy on the internet, and then of course the enemy knows how to deal with it, or do what you already planned. They can go ahead and distort it. If I was Obi's team and Obedience, I know right now they're having a meeting in London. They're not going to tell you what they're doing. They won't tell you what they're doing. So why would they tell you? Is this social media going to be the place where we vote? These guys are going to plan what their strategies are and who they want to use. Mind you, Ezoke that comes here, even though he is everywhere, but his base is the village. So such people, you think they just go and sit down and be watching when they know that their own even livelihoods on the line? If it's to mobilize the grassroots, they will mobilize the grassroots good enough. And everybody they mobilize is going to work for them. No, some will fall out because of the temptation for money. But majority of them will deliver. And that's the majority we are looking for. It's not a question of do or die. We mustn't kill people. People mustn't die to be able to realize what we are saying. You can have a peaceful revolution. All people are determined is when you get in there, you know what to do. You vote your conscience. You vote who you want to vote. It's not fight. But the only place where I see there's going to be a fight now, if I was around there to vote, is what Sheikh Jingiri has said, or Jingi has said. Okay? That is where the game is going to become very, very dirty right now. Because you don't tell us that the reason why you have the Muslim ticket is because you want to tell us that you are in charge and you are dominating. No, nobody will take that. So as long as we don't begin to make it a place of do or die, and it's just contest, then we will be fine. And I tell you the truth, and I repeat myself, the worst person to fight is a person who have nothing to lose. All of them have things to lose. They have private jets. They have houses everywhere. London, England, America, name it. The Bahamas, where Nigerian politicians now are going to buy off the island. They are the ones who have things to lose. So when it eventually come at the end, and these poor masses, well, I don't want to use the word masses, God forbid, these poor citizens line up to vote, they will vote them out. They vote them out because that's the only chance we have for this nation to survive as one nation. If we fail in 2027, I'm sorry to say, that opportunity will be lost forever. That is my opinion. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let me do my rant. Normally, I don't do this.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Before you do your rant, just 1 minute, maybe even 40 seconds. I just want to agree with KJ, but also in Hausa we call it matashia. Just some. I'm okay. Thank God. Even KJ understands Hausa. So there are 2 things, maybe 3, KJ. I want to harp on the 6 million votes for Peter Obi. I'm agreeing with you that the starting point is to galvanize people. I am not one of these people that believe that even though the Nigerians are at the bottom of the Maslow's hierarchy of need, if you speak to them in either Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, that they won't connect with what you're saying. They will connect, they will understand, and they probably, if you work hard enough, they will go and vote for you. But the truth also is that if you look at the demography in Nigeria, it's diverse. The young people that we're talking about, yes, maybe they are at the bottom also of the Maslow's hierarchy of need, but with technology, with youthfulness, and today in Nigeria, whether you go to school or you don't go to school, you will understand English. You will know how to press phone. You will be on the social media. So that in itself has made the demography of Nigeria different from the one we are arguing about. So that given that, I still believe that if you go back to the 6 million obese vote you're talking about, KJ, I think all that Ove is saying, and I'm totally agree with him. Why don't you step back for a minute and say that, okay, this 6 million votes, who says it's even 6 million votes that Obi got? Who says it's 6 million? Why is it not 8 million? And do you know why we don't know? We don't know because there's really no structure that would have ascertained these votes. Probably the guy got 10 million votes, but they allocated only 6 million for him. So no matter how much you do your own, what do you call it now, mobilization, if you don't have the structures on ground to ensure that you pin down the votes you get, I think your work is still remaining. And just like you said, when the Israelites, I don't think God came himself. I'm a Muslim, but I know that I think it's Moses first and then Joshua that finally took them out. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, I'm sure there should be a Moses and a Joshua for the Nigerian people also. That's all that Ovie is saying. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Maska. Let me just say this, and I've said it before. In general, I think what we lack in Nigeria is this pursuit of best practice. We tend to think that we can find a backdoor way to accomplish what we want, but it doesn't happen. Nature has laws. You have to obey the laws of nature. I'll show you guys 2 quick videos. This is a slide, water slide somewhere in Kwara State.
But tell me why it got to my friend and I turn and they brought out a paint bucket to pour water on the slide. Like, how does that even work? How? They literally had to use a bucket to manually pour water on the slide so that we could slide down. And because there wasn't enough water, we kept getting stuck. At some point, the slide was even hot. I had to stand up because why am I sitting on another slide? And the funniest part is, I didn't even know whether I was supposed to walk forward or walk backwards or just leave the slide completely. I mean, when I say it is one thing to see a place online, and another thing to actually experience it in person. They said it was 5,000 online. We paid 1,000 to enter, which wasn't even the problem. But when we got there, we found out that you're not allowed to wear a bikini. You're also not allowed to even wear shorts. So we had to rent swimsuit for another 2,000 naira. At the end of everything, we spent close to 8,000 naira. And honestly, if I'm paying that much, I expect to actually enjoy myself. Even the umbrella that I was supposed to give us shade kept falling on.
All right, that's one. And the second one is this family, they went to Yola Zoo. And this is
weekend.
This is what
we thought it's a real one. Cement truck. Hello.
Look at the lion.
Yola, why now? Yola, what's up? 500 naira to do this in this economy.
So this is Maska, why are you laughing? We have the dream. We have the dream. We want to be able to do what they are doing in the rest of the world. But this is the best we can do. We think it's okay. It's very sad. I read that the Redeemed Christian Church, I used to go to that church, so they had their 74th convention, annual convention. During that convention, they how did they say that? They had 2,820 new pastors. 2,820 new pastors were. What is the word they do when they make you a pastor?
Ordained. Sorry?
Like ordained?
Ordained, yeah, yes. And I said to myself, I know every year they always do 2,000 something. And I said, how many pastors do they have? They said in Nigeria it's over 200,000 pastors. And they have 200 churches in over 200 countries in the world. So they have another hundreds, tens of thousands of pastors. So, and I started thinking, how many pastors we have in Nigeria in general? It was more than, I think it was more than 3,000 or 5,000. They couldn't nobody has a figure, but we talk about that. And it made me think about, okay, how many doctors do we have in Nigeria? It was about 55,000 doctors. And I said, where do we get an idea of what's going on? Because sometimes we don't understand what's going on in our society. We're about 220 million people in Nigeria. I said, okay, a country like America is about 330 million people in there. How many pastors do they have? And I checked. It was about 500,000 pastors. How many doctors do they have in America? 1.something million. I said, okay, forget about this. Let's say nurses. How many? So when you think about, for you to understand how far behind we are, you have to do comparative studies. I said, let me go to Ghana. Let's look at Kenya. Forget about America. How is this structure in place? So for those who think that we are doing well, we are making small progress. That's why I wanted to see the trajectory of this election, how we feel about that from 1999 to today. Are we moving forward? Are we gaining grounds? You have Beavers was still misfunctioning in this election today. Does that mean that yesterday they didn't test it? Last week they didn't check it?
Nope.
For one election, one state, it's not the whole country. So if you had checked your Beavers 2 weeks ago and they were not functioning, you go and get from other states. They are not having elections. If we don't care about it today, the day we are going to have general election all over the country, you can be sure that it will be a mess. So if we can get it right in this one state, Osun, how do we get it right in 36 states? Why should we be hopeful that in January we are going to do better?
Nothing.
It's not about who wins. If I'm this government, I want to win. I want, if I win, for people to say I won properly. If we are still at the point where ballot boxes are being taken by somebody, where people are still intimidating voters, saying that you can't vote and leave this place, then I will be ashamed to be a politician that will claim I won this election in this local government when I know what happened there. And people say that, oh, we're just starting. We're just starting where we have time, maybe we get it right. If we're not making progress, even if it's one step forward, if Beavers failed in one small state, one small election, it tells me that nobody checked 2 weeks ago. Nobody thought, okay, this one is not working, let's get from somewhere when we can still get from other places. So that's my frustration and my rant. All right, Ovie.
Can I? Yeah, I think this is where I would disagree with you. And it
seems I agree again.
And it seems like, hold on. Oh my God. And it will look as if I'm supporting the system, right? And I know deep down, it may say they come meet you last week, say make you put money. No, last year, that the beaver will function where you will not put your money. So you know that is a fact. Let's put that aside. You use the church as an example, how many pastors they have over the course of their convention, right? But again, you direct the problem differently. Now, instead of you to now say, let's say look at the political parties or look at the political movement, Obedient, for instance. How many agents have they been able to produce for the past 3 years? That's first. Now, on Osun, before we blame the government, we blame the electoral empire, which I know that, I mean, not just because we get grammar to express all these insults, because we know they will never change. So the question now remains that, what is the responsibility of a political party? If you harm your members with information, with the right thing, nobody go fit manipulate things in their presence. Let's face the fact. If you live 4 years on ground without doing all this, you wait for the last year. That means you have money to spend. That means be ready to outspend your opponent. It's a competition. So we should learn how to actually hold the institution accountable. Whether we like it or not, the political parties, I'm not the talks APC or PDP, all of them are the same. They have failed to actually again go and harm the people in order for them to defend their listing. So if you are giving pastors credit for producing pastors for this long, and one thing you said there that you should take away is that for the past 40 years, they've been doing convention every year. So that means they follow that they are preaching. Prayer without ceasing. They keep working. Right? So again, we can articulate the problem or we won. If we don't go and actually get our ones vetted and shown, nothing will change. All the institutions are the same. But we have to learn how to hold the right people accountable. Yes, the people know they work. Nobody's surprised here, unless you want to speak grammar. I'm not surprised. You are not surprised. But those are because it is the same problem we experienced 4 years ago. We experienced 8 years ago. We experienced, on and on. But what have we done? Outside of expectation, we all expect the government to do right, and they keep failing us. We keep expecting. So that's where I process things. Until we carry more people into the realms of this consciousness, nothing will happen. It's nothing will change. Bring more people. That will make things difficult for people who are rigging the system. It will make it difficult. They are part of us now, our brothers and sisters. They are not speech, they are not nothing. They are using us because we are not prepared. So we should learn to hold the political party accountable. That's why they always call Showore out. He's been leading the political party for the past 10 years. How many agents he get across the nation? If you are government degree, will I see people that they put there to no. So that's why I use church and our religious leader. We know how they recruit people. It's the same strategy. Go out the fish, go and preach every day consistently. But we don't do that. Political party, political analysts will come every year, insult people. We insult people throughout the year. Then on the last year, we begin to say yes. And we are insulting the innocents because we bombarded them with so much information at the time minutes. We expect them to follow us, not actually pay attention to their immediate needs. And I'll keep saying it. Because we are responsible. It is our duty to actually use what we learn, our experience and our small money, to mobilize those people, to organize them. We are not doing that. We're just expecting. They should do this, they should do this. What would they expect? And we think expectation will bring any change. Change comes not by people, by organized people. You have to organize. You have to be deliberate. The Tinubu administration focus on rigging the election from day one. And nobody will disagree with me. They focus on rigging, not. And the only way they can rig it successful is to impoverish as many as they can. So our poverty, we know how it flourishes. We know. We guide it with intellectual gymnastics, as if now everything happened by mistake. It's not happening by mistake. We can trace it. But just because we can trace it, that doesn't mean we can solve the problem like head on. We have to go and bring more people. That's what it means. Bring more people. Overwhelm the system and see if it no go fall.
All right, thank you,
Be like teachers, be like your religious leaders. Be like your religious leader. Follow the church's example. We should not condemn them. They are setting the grace. Like that structures everywhere.
All right, thank you, Obie. KJ, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say, I think what I understand from what Rudolph is saying is that the church has constantly been able to establish this number of people, and that number of people can equally be used to change the trajectory of politics. Not necessarily because okay, let me leave that. Let me say this, Ovie, listen, and for me also, if I was contesting an election and my strategy will not be made public to you, except you are one of the inner caucus of the people, because people have revealed their political moves, and that move was used to checkmate them. Like I said earlier, there are many people, many things that are playing on the sideline. It's just like when you go for a conference, that's what you call the side meetings, which is not necessarily advertised. It's only by invitation that you are there. So that's what I expect Obi and any other person who is seriously contesting in Nigeria to do. You don't bring whatever you're going to say and come and tell us. What you should be doing is going to forums like this and listen to ideas people are throwing out there and pick what will work for you and go and use it. We are not saying that the political system or the power will be thrown out there for anybody, but we are saying that with careful planning, even with all your national assets, the people can still be able to get the result they desire. And I said earlier by saying the biggest person you don't want to fight is if you are fighting somebody who have nothing to lose. I give an example. When we are in primary school, you get somebody, some of those boys who come to school, their shirts already torn, and you come with your white shirt, clean white shirt with tie, and you are going to fight him. What do you think? At the end, you want to be like him. So you are the one who be fighting to say, I don't want to dirty my clothes. He doesn't care if you fall inside gutter. That's what is going on here. You have some decent Nigerians who do not want to get into the gutter. But I'm saying that it has gone beyond the point where you say, I don't want to get into the gutter. You now need to get into the gutter if you have to wrestle with the pig. Wrestle with the pig and make sure you get what you desire. That's the only way they hear. Every moment you think that you are going to appeal to them, that they will hear your voice of appeal, it will not work. Now, the Nigerian people have come to a point where we either swim or drown. And I think Nigerians have to swim, because the Nigerian people are more important. Let me tell you, everything about Nigeria have been bastardized. This National Assembly tells the Nigerian people that you people are not the sovereignty. that the sovereignty now is with the National Assembly. No, the Nigerian people remain sovereign at every time, not the National Assembly. There are many things they've said to the Nigerian people, which even some of them repeat it to themselves without knowing that what they are saying is totally wrong. There are several constitutional provisions which the National Assembly themselves have bastardized and are still doing that and ready to go ahead and do it even the more, which ordinarily in a same country, in a place where people will take you to court and the court will rule that you are wrong. But now we don't even know the difference between the judiciary and the executive. So the only place that we have left now to be able to redeem ourselves is amongst the people. Now, the people where we can redeem ourselves now, we have also now been thrown into confusion because a particular cleric has now come to say, oh, don't you know it's because of our number that this is happening? So you see, that's a further division, a further trying to slice the people apart so that we all now can go to regional levels, we all now can go to religious levels, we all now can go to tribal levels. What we are saying is there anybody, a leader in the secret, who is telling the people, when you go to have door-to-door, 10-man meeting, 20-man meeting, 30-man meeting, don't mind these people, this is what they are trying to do, or this is our strategy to correct it. That's what we need now. And as for whether the 6 million people are there, yeah, we know that 6 million was won, even more than that. We also know that it was allocated to him, not because that is what the Beaver is reading. Because if you go to the Beaver State today, Obi is still winning. The Beavers that they have there, Obi is still the winner. It's not Tinubu. But because we allowed them to take over. So now that is not going to happen. Wike did everything he did in Rivers State. Is it going to happen that way today? He's not going to be in Rivers State and be in Federal Capital Territory. He's not going to be in two places at the same time. So, and the way he's thinking that he's the godfather still in Rivers State, he may just be shocked at the end of the day. Let us keep our options open and believe that this time around, the people and their votes will count. That's what all we're saying. Because we are not the only people who are playing politics in the world. Other nations are playing politics, and they don't lose their citizens because their elections are held. America just concluded some elections this weekend, okay? And I don't know if Rudolph have heard of anybody who lost his life or her life because they were doing election in those states. In fact, you don't even know that they're doing election. It's because you drive in there and vote and go away. So, but those elections have been concluded and results have been gotten within 24 hours. And nobody is saying that somebody slapped me at the polling station. We cannot continue, just like Rudolph said, we cannot continuously to not take the best practice and think we'll get somewhere. Let me tell you, you see, where do we even start? Obviously, Kusili was heading a ministry, a parastatal that was that was checking for, due process. What has happened to it? Since that government left, they packed plus the due process and the file and threw it through the window. Who is doing due process any longer? You have the example that Flagship gave. The cost of building a particular road that's longer than ours, more durable than ours, yet it's less than the $15 billion that we're using to build a less than 1,000 kilometers of road. It's not the first time. It's not the first time. You heard how we renovated the International Conference Center in Abuja with more money than the money it cost to build the whole edifice. That's what goes on in Nigeria. Nobody checks it. Nobody does anything. The same time he went to build an international park, that the wind came and carried everything and scattered it. If it was so international, why would the ordinary wind in Abuja, that's not a tornado, carry it? These are the contradictions we are living with right now in our day. And only people who plan, not making it media thing, but you have to be strategic, plan in the secret and execute in the open. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ, and I want to thank everybody that joined us. Oh, before I do that, let me show you guys this video, and maybe
if you don't mind, please. We are over 150 people. We have less than 27 likes. If you have not liked this show before, please like it, share it. It's free. Subscribe. We come here every day. We spend time here. Why not we also encourage others to do that? Or even for other people to be able to see it and watch it. Just like it. It doesn't take anything. We're not asking you to pay us. You know, the subscription is free. Subscribe. We have been on 880,000 for so long, for more than 3 years now. Because when you guys come here every week and you come enjoy the show, you go, you don't subscribe. Please subscribe, like it, share it with your friends. And many of us here, those of us who appear here, if you share it on your page alone, it will go a long way. I make sure that I share it on my page and on my social media platforms so that other people can equally see and come or put in their own word so that the more the merrier. I think that, how many of you went to primary school? Not like Tinubu who didn't go to primary school. All of us went to primary school and we sang the more we are together. So please share it and God bless you as you do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ, for that. I'm not good at doing that, but that's very important. If you can help us in any way to sustain what we're doing. What we actually do here, and I have to emphasize it again, is to allow people to come in and share their viewpoint, wherever the viewpoint is. I know that some people sometimes they want to push us towards some directions, like when Ovie talks about we have to do this. We just have to have room for conversations. That's what we do. I'm not a political party. I'm not interested in joining a party. I'm not interested in organizing people to go and do whatever is needed. My job that I assigned myself is to facilitate conversation. It's left for those who are in political parties to listen, just like they read the newspapers, and every article you see in the newspaper, they tell you this is wrong in the country, this is what I'm suggesting. It's left for them to go there and read it and say, okay, this professor or this writer is suggesting that we should not do this again. Maybe we should try this idea from there. That's their job. Political parties, politicians, they do their thing. I'm doing my own thing. I'm not going to go and do their thing. I'm not going to go to villages and convince people to go and vote or do whatever. I'm doing my job. So that's how it's supposed to be. So, and I hope we continue to do that. Thank you, everybody who watched us. Let me thank those that supported us. HP, thank you so much for your support through Zelle. Real K, thank you very much. Oriakutobe, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much. And you may think it's only $2, but they add up at the end to help us keep the lights on this channel, which sometimes is difficult for me to do alone, especially when we have to pay for subscriptions of so many things. So again, thank you everybody, those who watch at home, those on the comment section. I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa with Dr. Fidelis Mbaro, who is a professor of medicine and a novelist, and we talk to us about several issues, but mostly about how to survive this life in the diaspora, which most of us live, and we have challenges as people who live in the diaspora. And I'm not sure, I've not been able to reach forefathers. I spoke to him yesterday, but if he's around, he will start a new stream. Again, thank you everybody who joined us. I will see you tomorrow. KJ, thank you. Ovie, thank you. And Master, thank you so much. See you all tomorrow.
I am adure lele, adure lele. Idu kwa samaka idukwasa m ukwu onye ọma ọ dịka fomu idukwasa m isi onye ọma ọ dịka pilo ololololo atụrụ bụ ebule bụ aka nwa iweriwo ice Rosa Olerio Rosanna Olerio Rosanna Olerio Adikadimba Adure Oleri Adure Olerio Adure Aturubu ebule waka wa Iurio Adure Adure lele Adure Adure lele Idukwasa maka onyoma dika powder Idukwasa muku onyoma dika fomu Idukwasa mishi onyoma dika pilo Ololololo Aturubu ebule waka wa Iwariwo
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.